Oh look, no, that's what's showing. They can't see us. They can just see the we.
They can't see
oh.
you. Right, we're about to go.
Could have been brushing my hair all that time. Start from the beginning. Morning everybody, welcome to Tolpuddle 2021, the first talk of the day. We're actually here behind the museum. I'm here with Jo, and our first talk is resetting the world of work. I think that's something which is really important to us all at the moment, how we're going to move into this next phase. With so much having changed. I'm really pleased to say that we've got some speakers with us today. We've got Kate Bell, the TUC Head of Rights and International Social Employment. We've got Rayner MP, Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Shadow Secretary of State for the Future of Work. We've got Darren Jones MP, the Chair of the Business Select Committee. We've got Norris, West of England Metro Mayor, and Kaye, South West UNISON Regional Secretary. So thank you so much for joining us this morning. Please do get involved with our social media. Let us know that you're watching. Let us know where you're watching from. So I'll go straight to our first speaker. Thank you for joining us, and a very big welcome to Angela. No, we can't hear to interact.
Maybe you should start, Angela.
Okay. All right. Well, I've been told I can start. So, Hannah, I'm so sorry. I think you're on mute. We can't hear you. But hi, everyone. I think Hannah's going to be wondering why I'm suddenly taking over. It's kind of what I do. It's what got me to be Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. I just pushed myself in there. Well, it's an absolute honour to be here, even if it is virtually, and I'm not going to take up too much of your time because my friend Darren Jones, who's on shortly, is out in the sunshine. Now, he's not that far away from Dorset. He's definitely nearer than I am. And in Manchester, if I go outside now, I burn up. So he's going to end up with one of those big beamy heads by the time I finish. No, he's got his factor 50. We're all right. I'll take 5 minutes longer then, Darren. You know, look, I miss being with my friends and comrades so much, and I miss the buzz of the festival. And this is my second virtual one. So I'm hoping that next year we'll be able to look forward to meeting again in person. But I hope the Prime Minister will not make it more difficult with his spineless approach to leadership in this crisis. I mean, he's a true danger to this country with his reckless approach. But comrades, I was raised by the trade union movement, and it turned my life around. It gave me a purpose, a direction, and a voice. I was raised in poverty on a council estate and left school already pregnant with no qualifications. The union really did become my family. And I was able to fight for my colleagues in social care to get a fair deal and to be safe at work and to ensure they felt valued. And boy, have we gone backwards since then. There is no political force, I believe, more powerful than the togetherness that I have felt from our movement and the trade union movement. It is the story of the working class. We come together, we support each other, and we fight for better. And I'm so proud that many years after the Tolpuddle Martyrs, we are still here standing up for working people. And of course, we can only be here today because of our excellent people. So before I dive into the future of work, I know we've had a few technical difficulties, but I want to say a massive, huge thank you to Innes, Nigel, Tanya, Gary, and the technical team for all the work that they've put into getting this weekend ready. And you can imagine how panicky they all are now when we've had these technical difficulties, but it's our jobs as panelists to make it worth the while for people. So if everyone gets grumpy afterwards, it's not your fault, technicians, it's because we were rubbish. That's all I'm going to say. And of course, an absolute special thank you to our lovely chair, Hannah, which hopefully I'll hear at some point during this session. Hannah, I didn't think anyone could silence you, my friend, but it just so happened to have happened today. So it's absolutely great we're here. Now, since I've been made the Secretary of State for Future of Work, alongside a few other jobs that you might know, I've been working through what a Labour vision for work in the future looks like. I know that the problems are insecurity, unpredictability, exploitation, inequality, poor pay, and poor protections. All of these problems have been made deeper by the pandemic, but make no mistake, 11 years of Tory government created a labour market that was fundamentally flawed even before the coronavirus. Now, we are the party of Labour, so it isn't a surprise that a fair, safe, secure, prosperous future for workers will be one of our central policy pledges, and I'm incredibly excited to lead on that work. And over the last few months, my colleagues, especially Andy MacDonald and I, have been engaging with our trade unions to create a set of policies that set the tone for a modern, flexible and well-paid future for workers. It won't just fall on our laps, comrades. We've got to fight for it. And over the summer, I'll be launching some of those policies alongside the rest of the Shadow Cabinet and our leader, Keir Starmer. We want to fix the problems I listed, and we know that we have the solutions because they were built alongside our trade unions and workers on the front line. The public deserve better than what Boris Johnson and the Tories are offering. Empty words and slogans about levelling up, raising nothing but the shameful child poverty rates that we've seen, and they're only caring about jobs when they're given to their mates. That's the truth of this government. And as restrictions lift, we adjust to a new normal, and it won't be the same. And we need a new deal for working people. Our alternative is about giving workers the rights they deserve from the moment they step into a job, committing to skills and training at every single stage of people's working life, and a fair pay that does not see working people struggling. We want to see flexible working as a standard. This must mean enshrining the right to flexible working and a duty on employers to accommodate this unless there is a very good reason, a certain job that cannot be done flexibly. Working flexibly doesn't just mean laptops at the kitchen table. It means letting people arrange their work around their life. It's giving people autonomy and freedom. And it means embracing technology that makes people's lives easier. And alongside the right to work flexibly is the right to disconnect from work. We cannot see working people made to respond to messengers or engage with bosses outside of contractual working hours. It is bad for our health, physical and mental, to be overworked. It's important for our families as well, and the communities, that workers are able to have secure time away from their work, and a Labour government would enshrine that right. The workplace must also be a place of equality, and I was so proud to launch Labour's Equal Recovery Pledge alongside Marsha Dickadova to protect and promote gender equality at work as we recover from the pandemic. We were the party that embarked on this in government, and we will be the party that finishes that work in the next Labour government. And it is time for radical transformative policies that reverse the gender equality that has been supercharged by the pandemic. We need a modern set of legislation that ensures equal pay and pay transparency. And we need to immediately reinstate the gender pay gap reporting and introduce ethnicity pay gap reporting. We need to review parental leave rights, and we need the government to do this work now. We all do better when equality is at the heart of our policy. And quite frankly, it's a shameful fact that there are working people in this country that are not paid enough to eat well, heat their home and raise their family. These are the basics. Children going hungry in one of our richest countries in the world. This should never, ever happen. The minimum wage is not enough. George Lovelace and his comrades fought for 10 shillings, and Labour will demand at least £10 an hour. An honest day's pay for an honest day's work. Enough to eat well, enjoy leisure time, and live a good life. Now, comrades, I was told off not long ago for calling a member of Parliament on the opposite benches scum in the debate around children's school meals, and I had to apologise. So I apologise for saying it in the chamber because apparently that's unparliamentary. But the reason I did it was because it matters to me. When I was young, I used to go out with my friends and I'd go to their house and say, will you ask your mum and dad if I can stay for dinner in the school holidays? And they'd come back out and they'd say, my mum says she can't stay today because she stayed yesterday. And I'd sit on the curb outside their house and wait for them to finish their dinner, hungry to the pit of my stomach. I didn't ask to be born into poverty. Those children that Mark Rashford was fighting for recently don't ask to be put in the position that they're in. And when this Tory government think it's political point scoring, they've never been that child that sat on that curb that didn't get that dinner. It's personal because so many children deserve far more better than they're getting today. That's what we're fighting for, comrades. It's the future of working people in this country who provide the wealth for this country and deserve so much better than crumbs off the table while the Tories' mates and donors get rich. And comrades, our vision is not complicated. We do not ask for too much. We want every person in this country to have a job that is decent, dignified, secure, and pays them enough to thrive. And we should never, ever shy away from that. If Boris Johnson can have really expensive, ridiculous wallpaper in his house, then a social care worker can demand to be paid enough to heat her house. Our central purpose as a party and as a movement will be a future where everyone has a decent and prosperous working life. And comrades, with your help, we will fight for that every single day until we're next in government, and then we will deliver it. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Angela. You made some really wonderful points there, and thank you for being with us. So on to our next speaker. I'm really pleased to welcome Kate Bell. Hello.
Hi, I'm going to say thanks, Hannah. Hannah, just so you know, none of us can hear you. So you could have introduced me saying absolutely anything. But just in case it wasn't clear, I'm Kate Bell. I work for the TUC, and it's a massive pleasure to be virtually here at Tolpuddle. And like Angela, I'm really sad I can't be there in person. It looks much more fun to be sitting on a straw bale than it does in my house. It's also just such a huge pleasure to follow Angela and hear once again about her dedication for the cause of improving workers' rights and of course for our movement as well. I thought I'd start off by talking a little bit about the world of work today, and some of the realities of that have really been brought home for me this week. We organised a briefing on sick pay for MPs this week. It's an issue we've been campaigning on throughout the pandemic. It's frankly shocking that the government is still letting people live on £96 a week of sick pay. And we had a really great union rep, Zoe from the GMB, who was a care worker. And one of the things that Zoe said to us, which I can't stop thinking about, is that in one of the care homes she represents, the workers there have decided that because they don't qualify for sick pay, they're going to organise a kitty between themselves. So they all put aside £5 a week from their pretty minimal wages in order to buy food for each other if one of them goes off sick. And I just think it's so shocking that that's the reality of working life today. It's those workers showing collective solidarity, but in a way that they absolutely should not have to. And unfortunately, we know that that type of experience is common for far too many workers. We've still got 3.6 million people in insecure work. We've got 10% of the workforce facing fire and rehire. We've got 4 in 10 key workers earning less than £10 an hour. And just this week, we had research out showing that 1 million kids in key worker families are living below the poverty line. we've still got 1.6 million people unemployed, we've still got 1 million people on furlough, and we've got a situation highlighted again this week where racism is still a reality in far too many workplaces, whether you're on the pitch or you're one of the many supporters who unfortunately has that kind of abuse as their daily reality. And I think the coronavirus pandemic, like Angela said, hasn't created these problems, but it's certainly exposed them. And I think where we are now is at a real kind of decision time. We can either choose to go on as we have before, we can choose to carry on with the outsourcing model, with the austerity model, with the lack of employment rights that have driven down workers' terms and conditions and pushed us into this situation. Or we can actually choose to build back better and put that now kind of bit of a cliche words into reality. And I think, as Angela said, we know what we need to do if we do want to build back better. It's not complicated. We know we could start by banning 0 hours contracts. TUC has been campaigning on this for a long time. It's absolutely shocking that so many people still don't know when they'll be working each week, still don't know how much money they'll have coming in, still don't know when they could arrange their childcare, when they're going to get to spend time with their families, because their employer has got them at their beck and call. And we could make that the start of an employment bill that went so much further to give people decent rights across the board, to end fire and rehire. We also know we could invest in the new jobs that we absolutely need in this country. And I think it's really important that we remember that we're facing two really major crises at the moment. We've got the climate crisis, of course, and I think it's hard not over the past few weeks when we've been seeing fire in the United States and floods in Europe to really have the reality of that brought home to us. But we know that the urgent action we need to tackle that is also action that could be delivering us decent jobs. So our research shows that investing 85 billion in essential climate infrastructure could deliver over 1 million jobs over the next 2 years, whether they're in clean forms of transport, whether they're in reforestation, whether they're in delivering our industrial base, delivering our manufacturing in cleaner, greener ways. These should be delivering us decent, clean, good jobs if we make that investment now, and it's absolutely vital we do that. And those will be jobs right across the country. We've also seen that we're facing a crisis of care. It's not just the experience of Zoe and the care workers she works with. 25% of them are on 0 hours contracts. Many are earning less than a living wage. But that's also affecting the people who are cared for. And of course, we've seen that with absolutely tragic consequences during the pandemic. But we know that investing in a decent care workforce, investing in our care sector and investing in the wider public sector, again, could be delivering us new, decent, good quality jobs right across the country. And just by filling existing vacancies and getting the public sector back up to the strength it was in 2010 before that decade of austerity, we could be delivering 600,000 decent, new, good quality jobs. And I think it's absolutely vital that we all make the case for those investments now, because not only are they the investments we need, but they're investments that will be delivering the decent work we want to see. But I think most importantly, and Angela talked about this, we know that it's giving workers back the collective power that's been taken away from them by strengthening our trade union rights that's actually going to deliver us the decent work we need. We've seen trade unions really stepping up through this pandemic, whether it's stepping in to protect workers' health and safety when employers were asking them to work unsafely, whether it's for fighting better sick pay and for better sick pay across the care sector and winning, thousands of pounds of new sick pay for members who otherwise wouldn't have been able to afford to self-isolate, whether it's tackling the fire and rehire that employers have been using the crisis as an excuse to impose on workers, or winning better wages, even at a time when we keep being told that employers can't afford it. We saw that £10 an hour deal at Morrison's, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be seeing that across the economy. So we know when we talk about the future of work, the first thing we have to do is get those trade union rights back. We know that our collective power is our greatest strength, and allowing unions access to workplaces still shamefully denied. So those organisers outside Amazon having to stand outside, not allowed onto the workplace to tell people about the benefits of joining a trade union. We know that should be just the first step in the extension of collective rights we need, so that people can fight for the change that they need and they deserve. So to summarise, and I did want to be brief, we know the crisis has exposed the massive problems that we face in the world of work. For many of the people listening to this, those will be familiar, but I think it's been really brought home to us just the magnitude of them and really the impact of them, not just on the lives of those workers, but on our public services and on the type of society we are. We know what we need to do to build back better. We need that investment, we need those new rights. But most of all, we need the collective power that we know trade unions can deliver. And that's what we're going to be fighting for. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much, Kate. It's always really great to listen to you speak. So thank you very much for that. And now we're ready for our next speaker. We've got Darren Jones MP.
So I still don't think we can hear you, Hannah, but I could lip read Darren Jones MP. So I'm assuming that is V. Very good. Well, look, it's great to be with you all at Tolpuddle again, sadly virtually this year. I'm trying to replicate the experience by being in my garden, getting slightly sunburnt, although drinking tea, not cider, at this time of the morning. And I look forward to being back at Tolpuddle again in person very, very soon. Look, it's great to be on this panel in particular, to follow from Angela Rayner, who set out such an important set of policies there that she and the front bench are working on and will be announcing as part of the summer of getting around the country with Kaye and the rest of the Shadow Cabinet, talking to people across the country and also setting out what a Labour government will do. It's also great to be here with Dan Norris, our new Labour regional mayor, here where I'm sat in the west of England, a really important gain for us at the last set of regional and local elections, and in areas where we need to make important progress to make sure that we deliver that Labour government as well. And Kate, as always, excellent. Kate appears before my committee on a number of occasions and provides us with all of the answers. And so it's always a pleasure to be on a panel with Kate as well. And thanks as always to Hannah and the TT Southwest for setting up the call this morning. So I've been asked to talk about the future of work from the perspective of my day job, or part of my day job, holding the business department to account in Westminster. And when I was thinking about how I wanted to approach that, I thought, how will I put it in a nutshell? And essentially, what we see all the time is you see these big macro trends affecting the economy, jobs, people's work around technology and around climate change, and now about pandemic and the legacy of pandemic. And in the middle of all of that, there's a host of opportunities and lots of challenges. And the government are in such a mess that they seem to miss both of them. They don't deal with the challenges and they're not seeking the opportunities. And instead, they're just kind of bumbling through with sound bites and culture war attacks because they have no real economic analysis. They have no real understanding about how they're going to deliver what they keep promising people. On levelling up, we saw the Prime Minister's speech this week, where he essentially said nothing at all. They have not translated that from a political slogan into a programme for government, and people will cotton on that the Conservatives are taking the mick out of them. When it comes to industrial policy, the government scrapped the industrial strategy in the budget, in a footnote to the budget, not even the courtesy of a statement to the House and to people across the country about why they were scrapping the industrial strategy, and therefore what the government thinks about industrial policy and its role in supporting workers in key industries across the country. And all of these are examples of this just kind of bumbling nature, not actually getting a grip on the country and making sure that it works for working people. So what do I think some of those opportunities are, and what do I think some of those challenges are that I think the government should address? On the opportunity side, we know that technology provides lots of new jobs and lots of new skills and training opportunities for people across the country. It can improve the way we do our work, it can modernize the way we deliver our public services, but we don't have the skills and training in place to make the most of it. And so what happens is it becomes a challenge because people are affected by technology instead of affecting it. And people are there, if you're in retail or in advanced manufacturing, or even in parts of the public sector now, your job might be changing at such a speed that there's not an opportunity for you to retrain and reskill into the new types of jobs that are coming. And the government doesn't seem to think that it's its role to put in place support to help people do that on a national scale. Where we have active regional mayors with devolved adult skills budgets, which I'm sure Dan will talk about, we can do things locally. But the government doesn't seem to step in to help at a national level. And we see this especially on the net zero transition. This is again, the Conservatives say that they support climate action, but they're not actually doing anything to tackle it quickly enough. Again, like levelling up, another political slogan without any policy behind it. And on some of the big issues around net zero, whether it's about the future for jobs in steel. I visited Port Talbot in Wales the other week, whether it's about boilers being changed in our homes because we've got to decarbonise our heating. The government isn't putting in the effort to announce the policy direction that's required, the money that's needed to make that happen in a fair and just way for consumers and citizens, but also really importantly then, to help train up the workers that then need to do those jobs. And that's a huge opportunity. Decarbonising our heating is one of the most important climate change actions we have to do in our country. That's going to involve someone going into each and every house across the whole country to help people understand what options they have available to them, what financial support should be in place, and how they then can get their boiler changed. Why are we not training apprentices right across the country in every single community? Why are we letting companies like Centrica, British Gas use fire and rehire tactics to basically bully their staff into new terms and conditions? The government on fire and rehire said that they thought it was wrong, but then they didn't do anything about it. And there was this remarkable statement in the House of Commons. Paul Scully, who's a Conservative business minister, came and gave a speech in the House of Commons, which was literally titled "The Future of Workers' Rights." And he stood up and said that the Tories were the party of workers. And in his speech, he said absolutely nothing at all. And my question to him at the end was, could you tell me, Minister, in 12 months' time, what will change as a consequence of the statement you've made today? And all he could tell me was that ACAS has been asked to update its guidance on how it's appropriate to use fire and rehire, as opposed to banning it from being used. Completely and utterly hopeless. And so what does this actually mean for people? It means that the pace of change, whether it's about technology or the commitment to the net zero transition, and that's right to make action on climate change, becomes a problem. And it should become an opportunity. It should fill people with hope and inspiration because they know their kids have got access to training in their local community. They know there'll be work, well-paid work, unionized work that they'll be able to do in their local community. They can see it as an opportunity for change, an opportunity for good pay, an opportunity for a better life, not just in work, but in the communities in which we live, in the environment in which we live. But instead, there is a sense of confusion and a sense of concern and a sense of pushback, which will make it much harder for everybody involved. And lastly, just to say, on this issue of industrial policy and how it works with trade unions, at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, Conservative ministers would appear before my committee and say to me, look, Darren, we're engaging actively with the trade unions. And they were to begin with. They're not anymore. And at the moment, if you don't know what the government's going to do for big employers, for big sectors, and the trade unions aren't being listened to, not being invited in to co-produce policy responses to helping people, this is just not going to work. And one really awful example of this was the government scrapping the Union Learning Fund, a hugely successful example of in-work training for people provided by trade unions, capturing people when they're in work and need skills development before they have to either find new work or go elsewhere. And the government scrapped it. Why? They had no rationale for that at all. I think it was just the government being ideologically spiteful. And so you've got all of this, as I say, bumbling narrative across the top. But when you really look at the detail of policy, of money, of regulatory reform, of working with trade unions and workers and even businesses, to be honest, to try and get this right for the country, it's just not there. And so you see this, and I just think every single day, this is why all of us need to work so hard to secure a Labour government, because we know what the answers are to many of these questions. As Angela and Kaye has said, they're not particularly difficult. It just requires a party in government that's willing to use the power of government to make people's lives better across the country, instead of just kind of faffing around and trying to get social media likes with culture war content, which is essentially what the Conservative Party is today. So I'll leave it there, and I think I might hand back to Hannah, but if not, maybe Dan. We'll find out.
And if you can hear me, everybody, thank you so much, Darren. Really beautiful garden, and also just to say that as one of our Southwest MPs, we at the TUC really appreciate how much contact you have with us and when we get to do those talks with you. So please do touch, and thank you for joining us. So we can go to our next speaker now, who I believe can't hear me, but I still won't swear. Welcome, Dan Norris.
Thank you very much, Hannah. I don't think I could hear you. A very quiet voice, maybe. So you're nearly there. It's getting better. But thank you. It's good to see you and to speak after some great speakers, Angela, Kate, and now Darren. So thank you very much. Look, what I think is really significant is that I think I can hear them now. Gosh, I don't know what's happening there. Anyway, I think the interesting thing is that a child born today will have about 7 different careers in their lifetime. And we need, as a Labour Party and a trade union movement, to get our heads around that, to meet that challenge. And it seems very clear to me, particularly since becoming Metro Mayor for the West of England, is that we have to show that we have the policies, the ideas that recognise that challenge looking forward, and counterpoint it against what the Tories are not doing, as Darren eloquently outlined. And it's that challenge that I'm determined that as a West of England Metro Mayor and our other Labour Metro Mayors, that we show we have the answers to that, because I believe this government is in decline. Things take time, but I believe they are in decline. And what's really important is that we are ready to take over when they collapse and fail, which I believe is already on course. It's like a dam with the water building up behind. We can't see it, but when it bursts and breaks, we've got to be ready. So we need some good ideas. Now, I promised in my election manifesto that I would hold a jobs and skills summit within the first 100 days of being in office, and that's already happened. And what was very interesting was the importance of trade unions to making sure we shape the future. If we're going to have genuinely good, flexible working, whether that means working from home or part-time or the other ways that people can work flexibly, we need the trade unions to be very much involved as an interface between employers and workers to make sure we get the policies that really meet the needs of those who are in work and also the country, because actually our productivity will go up considerably, I believe, if we get that right. We also need to make sure that we have good horizon scanning to recognise the skills that are going to be needed in the future. It's hard to do, but as I went around my Jobs and Skills Summit, meeting some amazing organisations and people around the West Country, what was very clear was that almost everything nowadays involves a great deal of technology. So I went to a locksmith's, for example, and you would think that was just traditional cutting keys. And it's not just that anymore. It includes things like transponders, little circuits that can do amazing things to mean that locks can only be opened at certain times of the day or by certain people. So technology even affects something as simple as keys and locks. Similarly, I went to a car body shop where they train the students, the apprentices, on how to paint spray car body parts, but not using real spray, using computer graphics, and that saves obviously not wasting paint and protects the environment, but it allows the people who are training to get those skills repeatedly over and over again, much more quickly than they would if they used real paint. So again, those technology things are coming into every walk of life. Darren touched upon the need for skills in terms of the technologies that we know are going to have to come if we're going to hit our ambitious CO2 emissions targets, certainly in the West Country, of net zero by 2030. And he's absolutely right. And my fear is, and my job as Metro Mayor, is to make sure that we have enough skilled people able to support all that new technology. If we're going to have heat pumps and if we're going to have different ways of heating our homes, driving our cars, et cetera, we need all those people who are going to keep electric cars on the road, that are going to be able to maintain and supply parts for heat pumps that are efficient. So that is a huge, huge challenge for us, and something that Labour Metro Mayors, I think, are determined across the country to show that we can get right, so that we can lead by example and hopefully sooner rather than later get that Labour government that's so important. The apprenticeship levy was something that Darren alluded to and mentioned even, and that is really important too. That is a shameful thing that that's been taken away. As West of England Metro Mayor, I should be putting money in to replace that so that that continues in some form or other. It's that important. And I think that's a significant thing to be doing to show that that really, really matters. I think we need to be quite careful about technology. I am actually very positive about it in the round, but I think it's our job in the Labour and Trade Union movement to make absolutely certain that the technological advances don't just benefit the owners, they actually benefit all of us. And that's the real challenge, I believe, of the next 20, 30, 40 years. As amazing, clever things come in, like quantum computers that can make billions of calculations every second and help us in all sorts of ways, like mapping out temperatures, reference climate change, and all the other things that will bring great solutions. What we've got to make sure is that the latest technology benefits all of us, not just those who own things and own companies. So that will be the real challenge. I think that's something that we as a party and a movement have to work really hard on now, to have clear answers for that, because that will be the question of our age. People will want to embrace new technology, I believe, but what they will realize is that if that's not done in a way that shares the benefits of the technology fairly across all parts of society, amongst all groups and all communities, that will be leading to trouble. And I think we've got work to do, as well as putting the Tories under pressure. We also have to make sure that we've got answers to those questions. And it's great to see people like Kate and Darren and Angela talking about all those important things that we need to be getting our heads around so that we're ready for government. And I believe that we must work hard now, because although it's been a tough time for the Labour Party, as the West of England result has shown, we can do well, we can have success. And my belief is that that success in the West of England was because so-called levelling up actually isn't happening in the West of England, and people have rumbled it. So the Tories need to look carefully at that result, because I think it gives them a warning sign. We're not concerned about their welfare, we're concerned about the communities right across the country that we care about, making sure that they get the benefits that they deserve and the things that they need. But we need to make sure that we're ready for when the Tories crumble, because when it happens, it will happen very fast.
Thank you so much, Dan.
I
Really
can hear
appreciate you talking to us today, and I know that I missed a meeting with you. I know I missed a meeting with you the other week, but we're really glad that you were meeting with the unions, so thank you for that. Over to our next guest, who can definitely hear me. So thank you very much, Jo. Welcome, and please do talk.
Hi, thanks Hannah. You think it looks really idyllic sitting in these hay bales, but we're actually being kind of eaten alive by insects. So if you see it's kind of scratching a bit subtly, then it does look the part though, definitely. Although I did say to Hannah earlier, do you have hay fever, as her eyes were streaming?
I've got hay fever and hay in my hair, so
yes,
great.
It's also marvellously here on site. I just really want to finish off by talking about the kind of 3 things we learned over the last 18 months in the pandemic about the world of work and what we need to learn going forward. And I think there were 3 lessons, which I kind of call the where, who and what, you know, lessons about where people need to work, who in terms of workers are the real key workers that keep a society going, and what decent paying conditions look like. So starting off with the where, obviously the last 18 months, we've seen millions of people going out of their offices or their normal workplaces and carrying out their work from home. And these are often people who had been told for years that it wasn't possible to work from home, that they had to be in an office or in a particular workplace. For disabled workers, and particularly those with caring responsibilities, that was a huge issue. And suddenly we found out that when necessity is the mother of invention, that's the expression, that actually you can work at home, and with the appropriate support and equipment, everything works perfectly well, productivity is not affected, and actually jobs that can be done perfectly well at home, and for many people that really improved their working lives. But there was a downside in terms of home working. So for every person in their lovely home office popping to their kitchen for coffee and sitting out in the garden, there's a young person sitting on a bed in a house in a shared room with their laptop balanced on their knee trying to work from home, or a mother trying to do her job alongside homeschooling her children, or even worse, the real darker side of the kind of lockdown and pandemic, someone in an abusive relationship for whom the workplace had been their only refuge, and now they had to be trapped at home effectively with their abuser. We saw some really shocking rises in domestic abuse rates during the pandemic. And now we're post-pandemic, we see employers, sorry, got a bit some side noise. Now we're seeing post-pandemic, we're seeing some employers, right, everyone back in the workplace, no exceptions, everybody back, home working is over. And other employers saying everyone needs to work from home now, and we're selling off all the buildings. And where we need to be is somewhere in the middle, where there is a flexibility, and that's the really key word, that working at home and having some office location, the kind of agile working may well be the way forward in the future. But what it really needs to be is working where workers have some sense of agency and control, so that it works for them as well as working for an employer. And very importantly, that right to switch off as well, so that you are not effectively living in your workplace and available 24/7. The who that we learned, who are our key workers. I mean, in an economy, everybody contributes to creating value and making an economy successful. So all workers contribute to that. But who's important to keep a society running, not just an economy, but a society running. And we learnt who our key workers were, and the obvious ones are our NHS workers and social care and schools. But shop workers and distribution workers kept the food system working. Sewerage workers, I remember one of the things I did a quiz for people about who had to self-isolate or not coming back from abroad, and actually sewerage workers were in the groups of people who didn't have to self-isolate after travel, because they are so important for keeping things going, if you know what I mean. So actually having a sense of who is really important. Nobody said, oh my goodness, what are we going to do? We haven't got any hedge fund people at work. You know, those people who do often the lowest paid jobs in our society turned out to be the ones who kept us going when we needed them most. And so moving on now to what we pay people, and particularly those people, those key workers. One of the things we learned in the pandemic is how important decent sick pay is. So we had people working in residential care homes who had symptoms, who were told to self-isolate, who knew that they would not be able to pay their bills if they just were to rely on statutory sick pay. And also at the same time, so if you're a cook in the care home, you have to self-isolate, you'll get £95 a week of statutory sick pay. But you might see a cook in a restaurant across the road who's on 80% of their pay due to the furlough scheme, which is absolutely right and proper. But someone who's doing a really essential frontline job, not getting that support, was a huge sense, there was a huge sense of unfairness from those groups of workers. And similarly, you know, decent levels of pay to keep an economy going. There are so many people who, when they had to take unpaid leave, our system for paying people, you know, people living on wages where there is no resilience, no contingency whatsoever. So losing a week's work made a huge difference to them. And we also need to think about those people who were shielding, who were told to shield. We had many employers saying to those workers, well, you'll just have to take unpaid leave for 6 months. Again, that would have a catastrophic effect, potentially making those people homeless. So where is the system in our society for making sure that when we face these challenges like a pandemic, that we're looking after the most vulnerable and the people who keep our society going? So moving forward, we really need to have a sense of what does a good flexible working policy look like? But how do we reward and pay people better in our society? Not just paying them the minimum wage, but paying them a wage that means that they can live reasonably, that they can have a decent life. And how do we pay people to make sure that they can deal with the contingencies of life, having to take sick pay, having to shield, pregnant workers, decent maternity leave? So there's a real lesson from this pandemic, and the lesson will not be learned of, you know, people will be rewarded by clapping or, you know, getting a little badge or a nice medal or some nice words from a politician. You know, people need real rewards, decent pay, decent conditions, and a flexible future that means where they work and how they work suits them as much as suiting their employer. So thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jo. So we haven't got an awful lot of time, but I'd just like to ask maybe one question of people who are still here on the panel. And also, for the Southwest, I'm from the Civil Service Union, PCS myself, and one of the things that we have been having over the last few years for a good long time is that move of good civil service jobs in the Southwest, which were formerly based in towns all over the place, being moved into hubs, so perhaps all of them going to Bristol, and there's just a plethora of things that are wrong with that and that aren't so good. So I think one of the things I really hope that will come out of this, and I know it's already happened in the Southwest, is people being able to work much more remotely and to keep their local communities going. But a point that you were saying actually about wage for young people, especially as someone who joined the South West TUC originally as a young member, one of the big things was that actual shock that just through being a few years younger, the minimum wage for you can be so much different than it is for someone a few years older. And the minimum wage as it is far too low. So the actual lowering of minimum wage for someone who's 18 because someone somewhere thinks that their shopping or their rent costs less is absurd. So I don't know who's on the panel, but if you could talk to me about the minimum wage, your thoughts on that, how we can get those jobs to the real living wage in the Southwest especially.
Well, firstly we need to, sorry, yeah, firstly we need to call out the Tories for fibbing about the living wage. I mean, the audacity for them to introduce what they called the living wage, sorry, once again, shush darling, to call out the living wage for it not to be an actual living wage is outrageous. And they continue to say it was the Tories that introduced the living wage, and it's not a living wage. And also their calculations of these things don't seem to factor in any assessment about how much it actually costs to live in places. So for many of my constituents in Bristol, where house prices are kind of going through the roof, both to buy and to rent, okay, no, sorry. It means that people can't afford to live here when they have absolutely the right to do so, and pay needs to reflect that. Okay, I'm going to hand over and get rid of these two. Sorry.
Maybe I can come in and
learn what they've got coming. So hello to them. And I hope
stressed about the lack of a minimum wage for young people, and quite rightly so. I think, as Hannah was saying, your shopping doesn't cost less if you happen to be under 25. Your rent doesn't cost less. We have seen the age at which the national living wage kicks in fall to 23 this year, and the Low Pay Commission, which, full disclosure, I sit on as the TUC representative, has said it will fall to 21, but we know that's not fast enough for many, many young people, as Hannah said, and we know that even if we got that youth rate up to 891, it's not going to do that much for the many, many people who are struggling on those kind of levels of pay. And I think it's really important that we remember that it is young people who've been hit hardest by the crisis. They've experienced the greatest rates of unemployment, the greatest rates of job loss, and it's often young people also who are on the sharp end of those poor terms and conditions, 0 hours contracts, lack of sick pay. And I think, the need to build back better is absolutely vital for young people, and raising their wages to a real living wage, and we mean a real living wage, would be a very good start.
Thank you so much, Kate. And is there anybody else on the Zoom?
Anna, can I come in? This is Dan here.
Please do.
I just want to say about the living wage, minimum wage. We need to work together like never before in the labour and trade union movement. That's what we've got to do. Our messaging has to get out there. I think we've got such a strong case if people can hear it, and we mustn't stop looking inwards at ourselves. We've got to look outwards to the people we're concerned about, the communities we care about, and get those strong messages across. I think it's understandable what's happened in recent years, particularly the very disappointing general election result in 2019. But we have got to turn it around and work in genuine solidarity, like our history tells us is important, so that we can get these messages out there. If we do that, I think we're back on course, but we've got to do it.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Dan. And Jo.
I think a living wage is really important. So I'm just waiting for some of the feedback to stop. Living wage, so that it is the foundation level, so that you can pay your bills, you are not reliant on in-work benefits. But I think we shouldn't always forget about the other things like sick pay, like decent conditions, having a safe workplace as well. Work should be a place that you go to help the organisation be successful, but also to thrive and learn and develop. And I just think, we should want so much better for workers, and we've seen the really miserable lives that people have led in work, the jobs that were most impacted by COVID, like security and social care, people leading really difficult often feeling quite hopeless lives. And I just think we need to make the world work so much better in the future, because we deserve it and we can afford it as one of the biggest economies.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things. This year we know that more billionaires have been made than ever, whilst other people are suffering so much. And that's something that the South West TUC are really going to be working hard on this year. Recognition for people to get better pay, the living wage and sick pay is our priority this year. So we've got 2 minutes. I think I'm just about in time to say thank you so much to our panelists. Really appreciate you being with us and speaking so beautifully. Sorry for the technical difficulties, and if you were, I was slightly confusing at some points, but I think we got the point across, and I think it's been a good start to the day. So thank you very much to everyone who's joined us online. Please do engage with us on social media, tweet, and join us throughout the rest of the day and the weekend, and we'll see you at the next one. Thank you.
Bye.
It's very quiet now that we're not trying to talk.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the delay. We've had a bit of a technical issue here in sunny Tolpuddle. So I'd like to welcome you to this session, and it's all changed for food production. We've got a fantastic panel of speakers. So I'll introduce those as I bring them on to speak. Unfortunately, Bev Clarkson from Unite is not able to join us. Bev's had a wisdom tooth out yesterday, so hopefully, Bev, that you're listening in and you're not in too much discomfort. So without further ado, I'd like to bring on our first panel speaker. It's Luke Pollard, the MP for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, and also the Shadow Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. And anybody who knows Luke is a great campaigner, not only for his own constituency, but for the whole of the Southwest. So over to you, Luke.
Thanks, Nick. Good morning, all. Thank you for joining us. Food should be more political. That's my starting point for the remarks I'm going to make today. It seems that over the past 10 years in particular, food policy, both in terms of production, nutritional value, where it comes from, has either been outsourced to the private sector, and by private sector, what I largely mean is supermarkets, Tesco's, or it's been captured in this Brexit debate, which has meant that we've been attacked with sound bites, not with the detail of what's going on. I think on the left, we've got this enormous possibility now to make food more political, not necessarily more party political, but something that's further up the political or order of things, further up discussion in the media, further up an importance for our party and for our movement. And I think one thing that I want you to get from my remarks on this one here is that this is something that needs to happen right across the Labour movement. We've seen some amazing work from the Co-op Party recently about food justice. We've seen some amazing work from our trade union colleagues about standing up for people who work in food production, both on the land, both in food factories, on frontline during the pandemic in supermarkets and retail, and in haulage and distribution as well. And in in Parliament, Labour MPs have been leading the case to preserve our high food and farming standards from being undercut in future trade deals. Now, all of this matters because each and every one of us should be eating 3 healthy, nutritious meals every single day. Normally when I do these talks, it's in the evening and it's about 7:30. And one thing that's always on my mind when that happens is at that time, there are kids in Plymouth, where I represent, and right across our country who are going to bed hungry because their families can't afford to put healthy food on their table, can't afford food, can't afford the utilities to cook the food. And as we saw from the start of the pandemic, many families don't even have a table, a kitchen table for the family to come around, or from their kids to work from home when the schools were closed during the pandemic. Food should be more political. We should care more about what happens in food. And we've got an amazing panel of speakers here, and I'm really keen to hear what they have to say because they come from very different perspectives. But I just want to offer a few thoughts about why food should be more political and how it can be along the way. As a movement, we talk about food poverty quite a lot, and food poverty is really important. But food poverty is not about a shortage of food. Britain has more than enough food to feed everyone, 3 healthy, nutritious meals a day, ensuring that every single person in our country can eat a healthy meal. The problem is there are far too many people in our country who are in a state of desperate poverty, unable to afford their bills, unable to put food on the table for their families. And so food poverty is a consequence of poverty. And when we're talking about food, we need to be really clear about why it's important that healthy, nutritious food is readily available, of course, why it's important that food prices remain low. And historically, food prices are low compared to the amount of household income that's spent on it, and low compared to many of our G7, G20 global competitors. But there are still people that can't afford to feed themselves and their families. So it's a matter of poverty, and we must be relentless in that pursuit of poverty. Johnny Reynolds, the Shadow Work and Pensions Secretary, has made a series of statements about this, talking about a need to preserve that £20 uplift in universal credit. I don't think it's something that the Tories should be taking away. It's cruel and inhumane at a time when so many people are genuinely struggling. But also we shouldn't fall into the trap that allows the Conservatives to brand universal credit as an out of work benefit. Huge numbers on universal credit are in work. And the bargain that we used to have that says if you're in work, you'll be able to afford to pay your bills, to have a home, to feed your family, has broken down. And we need to rebuild that bargain, rebuild that deal for policies on the left. I want to talk briefly about trade deals as well, because as a movement, the left often talks about people that work in food as those people who work in factories, those people who work in food distribution, those people who work in supermarkets, and they are important, and you'll be hearing from representatives shortly. But we must also not forget those primary producers, the people that work on the land, our farmers. Now, since the 1940s Urban Agriculture Act, which I'm sure you all remember very well, there's been largely a consensus between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party about the big picture items about farming. We might disagree about farming methods, especially about animal welfare on the land, but generally speaking, that big picture has been agreed. But that's changed. The Conservatives have moved off that consensus because of their position on Brexit. They want to see more food imported into the UK, grown abroad. And that food is often grown to lower animal welfare, lower environmental, and lower workplace standards. That food, when sold in the UK, undercuts our farmers, undercuts our high food and farming standards. And yes, I'm sure there's people on the call who want to see our food and farming standards go higher, and I'm one of those. But we don't preserve high standards by allowing food produced to lower standards to undercut them. We know that that will put farmers out of business. We know that the Conservatives want to reduce the total number of farmers, moving more farms to be industrialised, aggregated, bigger, using new technologies such as gene editing and industrial production. Now, there's real concerns around some of those areas here, a real concern. I'm also worried about the attack on small family farms, which are the backbone of production, not just in the West Country where I represent, but right across our country as well. That should matter to all of us, because if we're relying on food produced to lower standards abroad, we're not only offshoring the carbon intensity, because generally speaking, food is more carbon intensive for some of those larger markets, Australia, America, Brazil, Argentina in particular, but we're also offshoring responsibility for the workers that work in that production, for lower standard production. And I think as on the left, we need to be absolutely clear that we back our British farmers, we back our high food and farming standards, and we won't see them undercut. I want to see more food grown in Britain, not only because it creates more local jobs, but because it cuts carbon. And the idea that our future food supply is going to be coming from the other side of the planet at a point of climate and ecological crisis is just a ridiculous idea. The floods that we saw yesterday in Germany, Belgium, and Holland really need to be a wake-up call to the need for us to take greener action, bolder action, and do so now, not only to cut carbon, but to be more resilient. We're not going to do that if we import food from the other side of the planet. It really isn't. Now, on the left, I think there's some really incredible and exciting ideas around food. I think Ian Byrne, the Labour MP in Liverpool, who's championing a right to food, is doing enormous credit to our movement, making the case for a right to food, just as Labour's also making the case for a right to breathe clean air. I think there's enormous potential around the rights agenda for some of the basics, because as a movement, I think we might have taken some of those basics for granted, assuming that food, clean air, water will be accessible to all indefinitely, and it's not. You know that. So that rights agenda, I think, is exciting, and I want to encourage our friends from the trade union movement, from the cooperative movement, from Labour members, from our wider left family to start contributing to that. It's not enough that we make nicer food banks. We have to have a bold plan to remove the need for food banks, to make sure that food is healthier all the time. And even though he was appointed by a set of Tories, Henry Dimbleby's food report is actually all right as starting a debate on this. But we need to make sure that debate is not just between supermarkets and consumers. We need to make sure that the voice of people who work in this sector are not lost as well. Because we saw from COVID and the large number of outbreaks of COVID in food production, sometimes the conditions, the workplace practices are not what we need. Food should be more political. Next time you're buying some food in a supermarket, in a cafe or a restaurant, have a think about how it got there. Have a think about the carbon intensity, the water, the travel. Our food's done more traveling in the last year than we have, guaranteed, right? And so think about where it's come from and the standards of the people that are working in, to bring food to our plate, because actually there's enormous amounts of things that's broken in our food system at the moment, and we need a bold approach to do that. I'm leading Labour's rural review, looking at Labour's rural policies, which includes our farming and countryside activities. But I want to hear from the movement itself to make the case that food should be more political, and we should not be comfortable in any way with this broken system that we have. That's probably enough from me, Nick, but really keen to hear the rest of the speakers on the panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. A brilliant contribution, which has set the scene, really, I think, for the rest of the debate we've got today. Climate, Brexit, workers' rights and food poverty. You know, this will be the theme that runs throughout this debate, I'm sure. Next, I'd like to introduce David Imrie. David's a Unite shop steward at Two Sisters poultry factory in Deeside in North Wales, working at the sharp end. David's going to share with us his experience of working in food manufacturing during the COVID pandemic. So you're very welcome, David. I'm looking forward to hear you speak. Unfortunately, we're being foiled by technology. We'll hopefully get David on at some point after that brilliant introduction from me as well. So I'd like now to go to Dr. Charlie Clutterbrook. Charlie, if you'd like to address the debate, please.
Yes, thank you for inviting me. And what I'd like to say is to pick up on what Luke was saying, that food should be more political. And I'd like to flesh out some of the points Luke was making. We're in for some of the biggest changes in food and farming for perhaps 70 years, perhaps even 170 years. The biggest changes occurred, latest changes occurred in the 80s when a certain Mrs. Thatcher tried to get rid of school meals, basically said, let the markets rule. So that was let the supermarkets rule. A lot of the agricultural research, which I was involved with, 3/4 of that has been shut since then. And the free advisory service has gone. But what that has meant more so is that since the 80s, we used to produce about 75% of our food ourselves. We now produce about 50% of our food since that time. So I've seen my science almost disappear in the last 30 years. So what I'd much prefer is that we look back further to the big changes of the Labour Agricultural Act that Luke mentioned. And he said there was a consensus then about the way farming was done. And that consensus involved maintaining decent prices for farmers at relatively cheap prices for consumers. And it was discussed in Parliament every year what prices would be set for bread and wheat and for milk. And I think we need to go back to thinking in that way rather than just letting the markets rule. So at that point, the Labour also introduced the whole idea of investing in agriculture, and they invested as much in agriculture as probably the NHS. And I would like to see a comparison with the NHS, that let's talk about good food at the point of consumption. But it might be we're going back even further to the repeal of the Corn Laws. And this is what worries me most, is when the Corn Laws were repealed, the following nearly 100 years saw a massive rundown in British agriculture. Lots of farms around here went to the walls, and all of that was caused by us building ships, freezer ships in Belfast, etc., to go out across the world to bring in food from around the world. In particular, we nicked seeds and swapped them all over the world to set up plantations, which meant cheap labour on cheap land, bringing in cheap food, such that by the beginning of the First World War, we were only producing 1/4 of our own food. And that relic is still with us, because you remember I said half of our food is being imported. That has a disproportionate effect on the environment. It means that 70% of the land used to produce the food is abroad, and 66% of our greenhouse gases to make our food is abroad. And yet nobody talks about that. That's why Luke's dead right. We need to talk about much more about producing food locally. We do much more for the environment. But the signs are that this is not going to happen. That basically it's lining up about the farms versus finance. And I'm afraid that when Johnson says he wants to beautify the landscape, which he said in Parliament, that's going to do absolutely nothing for rural lives. But as I'll show you in a minute, it is going to be very nice for the city and the finance people, because they're literally rubbing their hands at what could be going on very shortly. So I see increasingly this battle between farm and finance. They keep talking about doing stuff for the environment. They call it a greening Brexit, and I heard lots of talk about soil health, which is obviously right up my lane because that's my specialist. But look at that map of Britain there. That is the soil being washed into the sea. We're losing 3 million tons of our most valuable resource. 2 million are going into the North Sea and about 1 million into the Irish Sea, but I don't hear anybody talking about it. The soil health was promised, but when the Soil Association tried to get subsidies to improve soil health, DEFRA said, no, soil health is not a public good. They kept on going on about public money for public goods. Said, no, it's not a public good, it's a private asset. It's a private asset which public goods may flow from. And they're right, because most of that land, remember, is privately owned. We don't have control over that land. We can't say what should happen to that land. So this is what's going on. They're not doing much for the environment. This is what I was involved in. The subsidies have been cut, and some of that money is being paid to consultants to come up with great landscaping schemes. And I'm involved in one of them, which was trying to develop natural flood management. We were turned down. We didn't get it. We knew we wouldn't get it because this is who's getting it. All those characters which are talking about carbon offsets. Basically, they want to use the countryside to create carbon, which is then used as a credit to sell on the markets to industry, who can then claim they have zero emissions. They're not going to clean themselves up. They're just going to buy these carbon credits. So you can see already around here, the small farms, which Luke said are really under threat. I think they're on their way to the slaughterhouses around here. That they're going to be bought up, and tracts of land are going to be turned into forest, which can then be sold on the finances. So I really think we're heading for Empire 2.0, as it's being called, which is where, as Luke said, the subsidies are going. They're fighting to maintain the standards, but with lack of success. The one tariff which has changed so far is that 250,000 tons of raw sugarcane is now going to be allowed into the country without any tariff on it. The beneficiaries of that is Tate and Lyle, and they are owned by an American sugar refining company. So the £100 million which would have been paid in tax, which the EU used to take, which we in Britain could have taken, has gone straight to an American multinational. And that is a microcosm of what is going to happen in the future. As Luke said, these trade deals are going to bring more cheap food in. Every one of them is talking about cheap food. So what does this, who is going to suffer most from this rush to produce a lot more cheap food to feed the masses? And as Luke said, we know the answer to that. It's going to be farmers, especially small farmers, food workers and farm workers. They're all going to be on that treadmill even faster than they are now because of the threats of cheap food. And that clearly is what this government wants. It's going to use the countryside to make carbon, sell that on the markets and bring in cheap food. And so it's just like the repeal of the Corn Laws, cheap food for the masses at the benefit now, not just of industrialists, but also the finance sector. I published this book thanks to commissioned by Unite last year, a couple of years ago, where I suggested we use the subsidies, the £3 billion of subsidies, to pay workers, and we paid the workers to produce good local food near the centres of civilization, if you like, the towns and the cities. So you can imagine around here, we could produce lots of more fruit, lots more veg, and the animals to feed directly to the towns and the cities. And that sets up a circular economy which could save us over £30 billion in imports. Okay, that's where I'll finish.
Thanks, Charlie. That's fascinating stuff there. And I think, as Luke said in his contribution, politicising food is going to be something that we need to do as a movement. And I think you've really highlighted some key areas there for that. I think moving forward now, unfortunately, as I said, Bev Clarkson couldn't make it. But thank you, Sabrina Espelita from War on One, who stepped in to fill that gap. So Sabrina, really thank you for coming in at such short notice. Sabrina's worked extensively in South America, and particularly on ensuring that food is a human right and not something that's just nice to have. So Sabrina, really looking forward to hearing your contribution. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me. And well, yes, the presentations are really interesting, and they focus on a topic that is so important. And as the previous speakers have said, food is really a political issue. I would like to bring the international perspective here, and the perspective of our partners from and the work of our partners from around the world, and they all belong to the food sovereignty movement. We're working with partners in Morocco, Kenya, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and also grassroots organizations in South America that have been resisting the corporate agriculture model for decades now. So regarding the crisis, we are facing a series of multiple crises that combine more recent issues like the pandemic, but the pandemic basically has exacerbated crises that have been there for decades, basically since the Green Revolution. And these crises have put, as highlighted even more, the inequalities that this neoliberal model of food production, which is based on monoculture, food commodification, heavy extraction of natural resources, and especially concentration of land ownership in very few hands. And you can see this in many countries abroad. This one of the crises that has been coming up to today was the crisis of the prices since 2008. 2008, with the financial crisis, we have there have been new actors coming in the stock market, and they started to invest heavily in the agricultural sector, attracted by high price volatility. So they basically started speculating on the food prices. And then from a more long-term perspective, there has also been a connection of 3 decades of neoliberal policies, free trade agreements, as has always also already been said, that have been affected the capacity of food production in many countries. An example, for example, is Morocco, where we are working with partners there. And there are some regions, for example, in the south of Morocco, that rely heavily on the export of crops for the European, but also the British market. Many supermarkets are buying and pre-ordering varieties and qualities and quantities of fruits, vegetables, for example, tomatoes, the strawberries, the raspberries. And these policies have been accompanied in Morocco by a series of measures on the way the crops have to be produced, so high use of natural resources, GM seeds, pesticides, but also, as it's already been said, they have applied flexible labor regulations that allow high exploitation. For example, in the south of Morocco, many fruits and vegetable farms, the majority of workers are women. The peasant minimum wage is not enough for workers that move to the urban areas. Other problems include increased private debt, hard working conditions. They work in overheated greenhouses with high humidity, exposure to dangerous pesticides with no PPE, inhuman conditions on transport from the picking point to the farms. And then the farm officials do not disclose health and safety information to the workers about the toxins that they are exposed, for example, chemical types, etc. They don't publish health and safety regulations, and so on. So our partners are working in different levels, and one of them is also workers' protection and unionizing in the workplace. This is an example of Morocco, but there are so many other examples that can say what is happening is with the COVID pandemic is that this has exacerbated even more, and we have seen that there is even more corporate influence and control on the food systems. For example, during the lockdowns in countries like Kenya, farmers' markets have been closed by the governments, and instead they gave green lights to large retailers and supermarkets, so they have lost their main income. At the same time, also the corporations are taking over new spaces of political decision making. For example, the UN Food System Summit that is taking place at the end of July and in September. New players are also coming more strong during this pandemic, like the tech corporations. We have seen in India with the Indian farmer protest, the large mobilization and national holdings and corporations, both national holdings and international corporations, are influencing the decision-making processes on a government level, like international tech companies also include Amazon and Facebook, who are very keen on gathering more data and information from the farmers, smallholder farmers, and then they tie them with technological packages, including pesticides. But at the same time, we have seen that in some countries, other partners have caught the opportunity to question this model of production. In Sri Lanka, because of the economical problems, an economic crisis provoked by the pandemic, the government has taken drastic decisions in terms of imports of pesticides and fertilizers, because the Sri Lankan agriculture depends a lot on imported chemical fertilizers and pesticides. So recently, from April of this year, they banned the imports of chemical pesticides and fertilizers. These had an impact on the smallholder farmers, but our partners are basically trying to work to push the government to bring forward the conversation for an alternative form of production that includes agroecology, and to show how important agroecology and peasant family farming are as an alternative to focus as an alternative to the current model, which is plantation-based, like tea, rubber, palm oil, etc. So peasant family farming and family farming, as already said, is basically the backbone of the production in the global south. It's a sector that feeds the world by producing over 80% of the food, but they have only 25% of the available land. So the issue of land is key in Europe, but also abroad, where there are more episodes of land grabbing since the pandemic. So what happens, how our partners are organizing under the food sovereignty movement, which has been fighting for the last 25 years. This year is 25 years since the declaration of food sovereignty at the World Food Summit in 1996. And what is important of the food sovereignty principle is that it combines different principles. The right to food, that is, as already mentioned, because it focuses on the quality food for the people. It values food providers, so the rights of the producers and all the workers that work in the chain. Localizes the food systems, so it's more focused on local food system and shorter supply and value chains, and put control over natural resources. For this is intersected with a very important right to land, and build knowledges and skills, and works with nature. So one of the core principles of the 6 principles of food sovereignty is agroecology and transition to peasant-based agroecology. We always want to focus to highlight the fact that agroecology alone is not enough. It has to be combined with the right to land, because family farmers are the ones who feed the world and not the corporations. Corporations only focus on overproduction and speculation of stocks and prices. And so I just want to say one last thing, which is how this connects with the UK reality. And I think that it's so important because the international solidarity from the UK movements, trade unions and organizations is super important. So many struggles are connected. like the issues of pesticides. There are pesticides that are banned in the UK, but they are produced in the UK and exported abroad, like in Kenya, India, Brazil. One example is the paraquat. So solidarity is very important because organizations here can also show solidarity with the workers' movements around the world and fight for the working conditions of farm workers and agricultural workers around the world. And so I believe that in order to build a strong food movement, we need to be able to connect all these dots and see that all these struggles are interconnected. And then, as an example, and here I close, the collaboration between the farmers, the peasant movements, and the trade unions led to a very important results. And one of them is that they appended the WTO meeting in Seattle and then did it again in Cancun and again in Hong Kong. So this union of different movements getting together, it can really bring a change. So this is it. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Sabrina. That was a fantastic international perspective. And I'd like to send to all the workers that you work with a message of solidarity, without a doubt, from here at the Tolpuddle Festival and from trade unions in the UK. Our last speaker, unfortunately, David, we've lost David Imrie. Our last speaker is Sarah Woolley. Sarah is the General Secretary of the Bakers, Food and Allied Workers Union and is the first woman Secretary of that union. So Sarah, over to you, please.
Morning. Thanks, Nick, and thank you for the invitation to return and speak today on an important topic alongside a great platform from a very warm and sunny Wakefield. I wanted to give some thoughts, if I can, on the current situation in the food industry as we see it, and touch on a couple of things that we have and are going to be doing as a trade union. And I agree with what Luke said at the beginning of his contribution. Food should be more political, and we as in the general public should care more about food, what's in it, how it's distributed, and the conditions in which it is produced from farm to fork. The Bakers, Food and Allied Workers Union is the only independent trade union that focuses purely on representing workers throughout the food industry. All of our officials have worked within it and have experience of the issues and the changes that have occurred over the years. We're one of the oldest trade unions in the UK at over 160 years old, and I'm incredibly proud to be the first female General Secretary we have ever had, though no one actually prepared me to take over during a global pandemic. The food industry is the biggest manufacturing unit in the UK. We are the biggest contributors to the economy, and over the last 12 months, our members have stood up as the key workers we have always known they are and kept the nation thread through the pandemic. They have had to deal with going into work day after day to make sure supermarket shelves have remained full, whilst dealing with the concerns of working in factories and shops during the pandemic, as well as massive changes to working practices designed to keep members safe as possible. And thanks in the main to our amazing health and safety reps challenging employers and making sure that solving one issue doesn't cause another. We may have seen a number of outbreaks, but thankfully we have not seen the massive death toll that other sectors on non-unionised parts of the industry have. You would think, being such a large contributor to the economy, the government would be throwing money into it as it does with other industries. Yet our industry is at the bottom of the pile when it comes to government investment, not just in terms of investing in new technologies or platforms or green initiatives, but also in the people, upskilling and educating them. Across the board, these new technologies are bought by employers rather than the industry invested in by the government out of the profits they make, reducing the amount they then invest into the people creating the profit and creating this competitive culture of who can have the biggest, shiniest machine to make the fastest number of products with the least number of people interacting with it, with what's being made, so it can be made as cheap as possible to appease the supermarkets who have far too much power in our industry and continue to use that power to turn the screws on suppliers in order to maximise their own profits. We've seen over the last few years more and more advanced kit replacing people. And I'll never forget when I was going around sites pre-pandemic, which feels like decades ago now, before the lockdown, One where an artisan, it was a bakery where artisan loaves are being made, and it was a tiny site with 100+ staff rolling bread, putting it into the prover and in and out of the oven by hand. And then I visited a much larger site. It was easily 10 times the size of the previous, 10 times the size of the previous one, sorry, with multiple lines and multiple products being made. And if I saw 30 people the whole time I was there, I'd be rounding that up. And we believe that coming out of the pandemic, more and more employers will look to further advance their automation so that should we experience more lockdowns or future pandemics, production won't be slowed as the machines can carry on. But what relying on machines does mean is if a part fails, the whole line stops, because you can't ask another part of a machine to cover 2 roles until cover arrives, which is why we still need people to produce food. You may have seen, and I know it's been mentioned a couple of times this morning already, the campaign Ian Byrne has been leading on to enshrine the right to food into legislation. And we've been proud to work with Ian and thought that it was only right that we elevate the voices of our members working in the food industry. Because people believe that, you know, workers working in the food industry can't possibly be going hungry because they produce food for a living. So we surveyed them to find out if the pandemic had impacted their ability to access decent, nutritious food. And to be quite frank, the results were shocking. 40% of respondents told us that they have eaten less than they thought they should have during the pandemic due to a lack of money. 19% told us there had been a time during the pandemic where their household had completely run out of food due to a lack of money. Over 35% said they had gone without enough food to make sure others in the house could be fed properly, and 1 in 5 relied on food from a friend or a relative to provide meals. And even more reported that they were concerned about running out of food. Now, these are the people that have worked throughout the pandemic feeding the nation. Yet our survey is showing that food insecurity is a significant issue for workers in our industry. And worrying about not being able to feed yourself and your family should not be something anyone has to go through, let alone through a global pandemic where there's been more than enough to worry about. The report's findings are based on experiences in the most part from staff who have not been working from home in the past year, 15 months. There are workers who have been going out every day to ensure shelves can be stocked and fridges can be filled. Workers who feel, and I quote, that the pay is terrible everywhere in these roles, but to be honest, it's not enough to cover bills and food, it's just not good enough. I'm frightened for my job security, and it's hard juggling work and homeschooling. It's really taken a toll on me mentally. And the public doesn't seem to be aware how many people, even now, don't wear masks, don't distance, don't sanitize their hands, and how we workers don't feel safe serving them. And there's so many, many more examples. No one should go without food in the 6th richest country in the world, yet shamefully too many food workers are struggling to earn enough to purchase the very food they produce. And the pandemic has shone a light on the real key workers in this country, not the bosses, the shareholders or the millionaires, the people on the front line, those struggling to make ends meet whilst propping our country up through the toughest year any of us have ever experienced. And we can't allow them to be failed any longer. We can't sit back while people are struggling to survive. And that's why the time is right for the right to food to be enshrined in law, for decent, nutritious food to be truly accessible, affordable, healthy, safe to eat and fairly produced by well-paid, unionised, protected staff throughout the food industry. And whilst, you know, there were some small positive aspects to Dimblby's national food strategy, and yes, it's a good start, with 10 million people across the UK facing food poverty, the strategy needed to bring meaningful change and recommend a right to food law. Instead, it offers little more than crumbs in the fight against hunger. And I'll finish on this. People talk about the food industry like it's the place to go where there's nowhere else, an industry that doesn't need skills, doesn't need a university degree, so deserves low pay and precarious contracts. Well, I'm proud to have worked in the food industry. I'm proud to have worked at Greggs. I wonder how many people can make 64 sandwiches an hour knowing the recipes off by heart, and quite sadly, I still do. I wonder how many know the correct temperature to keep sausages in a hot hold for, and how long they can do that without putting customers at risk. What to do if a fridge or a self-selector breaks down, or how many of them have the ability to crowd control queues of customers, especially at Christmas where everyone's grumpy because they're rushing around and nothing's done fast enough. I wonder if people knew the training that was required to be a mixer, to ensure the right ingredients are used and allergens that can literally kill people aren't added incorrectly, or the physical toll of standing on the end of an oven, tipping bread out of hot tins takes out on a person. How challenging it is to keep up with boxing fondant fancies or Yorkshire puddings, or even putting cherries on top of a Bakewell tart, or having the ability to know that a line isn't running just by the noise it's making, or having to clean down intricate parts of a machine to ensure that a new product can be made on it with no cross-contamination. I wonder then if they would still see our industry as unskilled, because not everyone is cut out to do these jobs. And yes, a university degree may not be needed, but one mistake can be catastrophic. So going forwards, the Bakers Food and Allied Workers Union want to change the narrative about our industry. We want people to feel proud to work within it, and the wider public to understand the skills that are needed and used every day to produce the food they eat, and join us in putting pressure on the government to increase the standards in pay, terms and conditions, and of course investment as a result. We're working in the background with a group of academics on our Right to Food report and how we use that as a foundation to make changes to improve our industry in the future for the workers within it, not just the employers and the supermarkets, because our members deserve more. They've been forgotten key workers during this pandemic, and even before it came about. They are the ones that keep the nation going and fed. And we shouldn't be in a position where people in our industry are going hungry because they are paid too little to survive. Thank you.
There with my members in Usdaw who work in the food sectors as well, and right through the supply chain to putting food on the shelves, and so many similar experiences there. I think all our contributions today in this debate have focused on the environment, how big business is impacting on that in a number of ways, and have also, of course, on the plight of workers and why as trade unions we must organise not only in the UK but internationally to form solidarity to improve working conditions for everybody. So I'd like to thank all our contributors today, Luke, Sabrina, Charlie and Sarah. To say unfortunately David dropped off. I'd just like to thank you. Hopefully you'll be able to go and enjoy the sunshine. I'm hoping to escape from these air bales. Look lovely, but I'm getting bitten to death here. So I'm going to be darting off quickly for some antihistamines. All I would ask you to do, anybody on the who's watching now, we've got a union priorities for the climate at 1:30 with Ed Miliband. Later in the afternoon at 4 o'clock, we've got a tackling racism debate. And then the fun starts at 6 p.m. where we've got a mixture of streamed and live music. So please stay with us. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and thanks for tuning in. Thank you.
You never gave them to me.
I've emailed them to you earlier, but it's probably a bit too late to worry about them.
Sorry, I am at Chancellor. See, yeah, and I've got everyone else.
Okay, go live.
Go live now.
Whenever you're ready. I can still. It's in Northumberland and other parts of the country, but in particular, he has inherited recently the Drax Estate plantation in Barbados, plus Drax Hall, and the government of Barbados, and we'll be hearing from them very shortly, are asking of him to donate his land and estates in Barbados to the people of Barbados. It's part of reparations for the role that the Drax family played in the horror of slavery. Richard Drax says he can't be held responsible for what happened in those days, but he's still sitting on the fortune that was earned on the backs of slaves and the horror of the trade that the Drax family actually started. They pioneered the growing of sugar in Barbados and the use of enslaved Africans. So we think it's time for justice, and we'll be hearing from a number of speakers. Bear with us as it's going to be fairly random. We're going to interview people as they march to the short distance to his gate and as they rally. We'll be hearing from people here and in Barbados. And if David is on the call, perhaps we could start with you, David, and hear from you from Barbados.
Well, good morning. I'm here and I'm happy to be here with you this morning to join you with this very important protest. We in Barbados stand fully in solidarity with this protest action, and we really appreciate the level of work that our brothers and sisters in Britain are doing so as to make the call on Richard Drax for reparation for our Barbadian people. The Caribbean Movement for Peace and Integration and other progressive forces in Barbados will also in the future organize protest activities in Barbados so that we too can somebody have the mic on so that we too
shame. We need
somebody have their mic on. Anyhow, so that we too can also protest and demand and demand a reparation from Richard Drax, so that our movement in Barbados are very happy to be part of this process, and we will be joining you in the future in terms of protesting right here in Barbados, and we will also be, you know, organizing for some of you to come to Barbados and to witness this whole episode in relation to the Drax.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trot me in the very dirt, but still like dust, I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high, still I'll rise. Did you want to see me broken? Bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries. Does my haughtiness offend you? Don't you take it awful hard, 'cause I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still like air, I'll rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like I've got diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, whirling and swelling, I bear in the tide, leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Giving the gifts that my ancestors gave, I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Audio and mute everyone else.
Yeah. I'm asking Nigel to unmute, but unless he unmutes himself.
Hello. I'm not sure who's whether you can hear me. We're just about gathering to march now. We'll just tune into.
My dad used to drive us kids along beside the great brick wall on the A31, and we'd stare up at the stag gate and the lion gate, but never knowing why they were there or what was inside. Well, now we know. We were looking not just at a landed estate and a palatial house, but in reality at a mountain of money. And a palatial house, in reality at a mountain of money. As the Drax family profited from generations this estate built for slavery in Barbados and in Jamaica. And recently, the picture has become much clearer. Richard Drax, our MP for South Dorset, now has personal control of the Drax Hall estate. Not just, as we've heard, a little parcel of land, but 600 acres, more than 600 acres of fertile sugar plantation, from which he still profits. Now, he's been asked by the people of the Caribbean to consider the history of that estate. And as Grafton has said to us, in the light of history and the present problems of the people of Barbados, living with the legacy of slavery and colonialism, to pass the estate to the community which works it. Now, the CARICOM Reparations Commission, part of CARICOM, that's a 12-state member organisation across the Caribbean. The CARICOM Reparation Commission says it is time to repair the harm and suffering that have resulted from crimes committed against enslaved and endangered peoples. This, they say, is a time for moral leadership. This is the moment of reparatory justice. Yeah. Now, Professor Hilary Beckles is a very eminent historian of the Caribbean. He's chair of the Reparations Commission. He points out that the Drax family and the Drax Hall estate have very special significance over the centuries. Hilary Beckles says, Black life mattered only to make millionaires of English enslavers. And he says, the Drax family did it longer than any other elite family. He says, the Drax family has done more harm and violence to the Black people of Barbados than any other family. The Draxes built and designed and structured slavery. If you would like to learn more about that, there's a wonderful video on the Stand Up to Racism Dorset Facebook page when Hilary Beckles spoke to us some months ago. It's really, really worth a viewing. Well, as our friend Nigel Costley here from the Southwest TUC has pointed out, in fact, no one can be held responsible for the action of their ancestors. But Richard Drax, as Nigel said, is still sitting on a mountain of gold gained from the horrors of slavery, and it's time he paid some back. Well, Stand Up to Racism Dorset has written several times to Richard Drax, politely, asking him to discuss the request from Barbados. He hasn't responded. We've asked to meet him today at the gates to this estate. We know he gets the messages. We know he's got the message we sent this week because we get his auto reply from his parliamentary office. But I'm not optimistic today that we're going to cite him. Just a few concluding words about our arrangement.
Here he is. I'm here on behalf of and I just, on behalf of Sir Richard, I just want to tell you one thing. As Malcolm X so wisely put it, you can't have capitalism without racism. And indeed, I couldn't agree more with Angela Davis, who says racism cannot be separated from capitalism. So my case rests.
Thank you, Richard. Just a few words about our arrangements for the rest of this event. Now, we're demonstrating in solidarity with our friends in Barbados. We're united with them, and unity today is very important.
Richard Drax on the phone.
You see, we have friends from Barbados contacting us right now because we're very much hoping that they'll be joining us on the live stream and we'll be able to broadcast their contributions to you. Now, last comments. This is genuinely a peaceful, family-friendly march and rally. And in the unlikely event of any sort of provocation, we must remain calm and united. There's nothing that the Daily Mail or the Sun would like more than to headline an incident at today's protest, such as an assault on Drax's wall or his gates. So, all together in solidarity, please, and please cooperate with the stewards in the high-vis jackets. After hearing one or two speakers, we'll be taking a short walk up to the gates. Fortunately, it's a short walk because it's a very hot day. It'll just be 10 or 12 minutes, so no hurry. Then we'll see if Richard Drax is there to meet us and to receive our statement. We'll hear again from speakers and then back here to our assembly point for some concluding comments and some music, which has been written especially for the day. When we assemble in a short time, and we'll be assembling past the vehicles here, please maintain social distancing. Please use your face coverings. Please space out on the march. Please think about our hats if we get out into the sun. And drink plenty of water. We've got emergency water supplies here. And we do have medical professionals on hand if there's any specific difficulty.
So while the arrangements are being made for the assembly, it would be great to hear from some speakers online. I'm not sure whether, David, we got your earlier contribution. So David Denny from Barbados, it'd be great to hear a few words from you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I was on. Let me apologize because I thought that you was hearing me. You are hearing me now?
We can hear you now, David. We may have caught some of you a bit earlier, so please forgive me if I'm not picking up everything you're able to say. Perhaps you'd like to say a few words?
Okay, you can go ahead and say a few words, no problem.
Please assist him, and as soon as we have the opportunity, we'll bring in speakers from Barbados.
Hello?
Have a great day.
I'm not hearing.
Hi,
Hello?
David. Yes, please. Come on in.
Oh, David.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Well, on behalf of the Caribbean Movement for Peace and Intermission, I would like to join you and to express our solidarity with your activity.
Start forming into lines.
Sorry, David, off you go. We keep interrupting your wonderful speech. Thank you. If you could start again.
That's all over again. No problem.
Thank you very much. David Denny from the Caribbean Movement for Peace and Integration. Thank you.
We in Barbados are very happy to join you during this protest action. We respect what you're doing for us. We see this as very important for our struggles in Barbados. Richard Drax must pay reparation to the people of Barbados. And it is very good for us to have this kind of solidarity action next to his residence so that he will understand that it's not only the people of Barbados that are pushing for reparation for our people from Richard Drax, but also the people of the United Kingdom. My brothers and sisters, we are very pleased and happy to know that this can happen. We are also prepared to organize similar action in Barbados so that we can express our feeling, okay, so that we can make our demands on Richard Drax so that he will understand that he must pay a reparation to the people of Barbados for the crime against humanity and for the crime against our people. So on behalf of the Caribbean Movement for Peace and Integration, I want to wish you a very good solidarity action program where you are demanding reparation from Richard Drax. We want to also say to you that you are our brothers and sisters in the fight and in the struggle, and we will be happy one day to meet you right here in Barbados. All the best. Thank you.
Thanks so much, David. I think if we go straight to Louisa as well, just whilst the march is ongoing, I will show all those who are listening and watching what is happening, because I think they're on their way, but I'm not sure. But if we bring Louisa in and we can have your contributions, that would be fantastic. And thank you everybody for bearing with us. All these tech issues are things that we're learning. And thank you again, David, for, I think it was 3 times you tried that, wasn't it?
No problem.
Wonderful. Thank you. We'll bring Louisa in. Thank you.
Hello, hi everyone. Yeah, it's fantastic to be joining. It's fantastic to be joining you virtually. I'm sorry not to be there in person. It's incredibly inspiring to see this protest taking place today. I think that I first learned about the Drax family in around 2004 when I began researching Dorset's slave trading families. Prior to that, I hadn't known anything about this history at all. When I started researching it, there was so much to learn. So many families from Dorset were involved in this terrible trade. I think it's important to remember that whilst many people feel that no one can be responsible for their actions, but they can be held accountable for the action they choose to take today. The past is intrinsically linked to the present, and it's just so connected, whether that's the murder of an African-American man in the US or footballers getting racially abused online. This is direct legacy of colonialism and slavery. And this comes from the actions of families like Mr. Drax's family. We can put the wrongs of the past right. And I do believe that Mr. Drax needs to do the right thing and give the plantation back to the people of Barbados. I totally stand in solidarity with Barbados from here in Somerset, where I'm based, and just wish everybody all the best with this protest today. And thank you all for coming and taking this really important step for action.
That's great. Thank you so much, Louisa. If we move over to Roger Mackenzie, former Assistant General Secretary of UNISON, but an activist against racism throughout his life. If we bring in Roger, thank you very much again, Louisa.
Thank you, and really delighted to be part of this really important protest. Solidarity to my brothers and sisters in Barbados. It's funny, isn't it, how it's never them. It's always too difficult to do something. It's always too difficult to be held accountable for the actions around slavery. Well, as Louisa said, they can choose what to do now. But if they don't choose to do the right thing, then we have to decide what to do next. And frankly, I think that it's full time for these people to understand that we haven't just started asking for reparations. This is something that we've been arguing for and campaigning for some considerable time, and enough is enough. We have to stop the excuses. They have to stop saying that they just can't do anything when the whole world knows that if they choose to do it, that they can. And we have to hold these people accountable. So their choice now is this: do the right thing and do what the people of Barbados are asking for, or we will take the next step. And the next step, I believe, is we actually have to start hurting these people in their pockets. If they don't do the right thing, then we have to start boycotting their business interests. And I firmly believe that. I've heard too many excuses now about why they can't do things, and it really has to stop. It's the same thing that we hear all the time about why organisations, why individuals won't do anything about the racism that we as black people experience in workplaces up and down this country, and actually as people of African descent across the world. We have to start holding people to account. We can't just rely on their goodwill, because frankly, everything that we have been shown shows us that they have no goodwill. They are very happy to sit there on their riches and to watch us struggle. Our people are struggling to survive while they sit there on their riches, which has been gained off the backs of black people, gained off the backs of people who were enslaved from Africa. I'm a proud, my heritage is proud Tika people from the Cameroon who were enslaved and taken to Jamaica and had to endure the worst conditions, had to endure slavery and received nothing in return except abuse, nothing in return except continued racism to this day. So enough is enough. Do the right thing or we go on to the next step. We will escalate our campaign for reparations and make sure that you are forced to do the right thing if you don't choose to do the right thing. Thank you so much for listening, and solidarity to you all.
Thank you so much, Roger. That was really great. And thank you for all the background noise that we're having at the moment. I think you might be able to hear that right now. I'm also going to apologise because I didn't introduce Louisa properly. Louisa Joa Parker, she is a writer, a poet, equality, diversity and inclusion consultant, and she was brilliant, very much thrown into the breach here as we're trying to figure out all of these tech issues. So thank you. I think if we maybe look at the march now and see what's happening, it would be really good to sort of see the momentum that's building up on the very normally quiet streets of Dorset. We can see Kaye, who is the UNISON Regional Secretary there, and I believe Nigel is going to come in now. Hello, Nigel.
Richard, hear us.
Oh, I thought we had Nigel there, but as you can see, there is a great a protest happening right now. Nigel, can you hear us? Probably not through all the shouting. So what I will do is I will mute Nigel, and then I will bring Councillor Asher Craig, who actually has been somebody I know and I work with in Bristol City Council, part of the local engagement board around their brilliant work that they have done to tackle COVID in the city. But she's also a fantastic campaigner for people in the city and across the country. So if we could bring in Councillor Asher Craig, thank you so much for joining us, and please let us have your comments on today's protest.
Thank you so much for inviting me to join you for this year's Tolpuddle Festival, and specifically for this rally for slavery justice in solidarity with Barbados as they seek reparatory justice from the Drax estate for African heritage communities. For us here in Bristol and the vast majority of Bristolians, and indeed the world, Bristol's relationship with slavery was largely unknown. It took the toppling of that statue of Edward Colston after many years of protests and petitions that the horror story of this peddler of human misery and death is now being told. The plaque at the base of the plinth described Colston as a philanthropist and made no mention of the true source of his wealth, slavery and slave-produced sugar. For not only was he a member of the Royal African Company, which held the monopoly on the English trade in enslaved Africa, he was also its deputy governor. And following his death, he was not only literally put on a pedestal to be immortalized by a privileged few, that he was commemorated in a number of landmarks and schools across the city. With growing awareness of his involvement in Britain's slave trade by campaigners in the city, they stepped up their protests and petitions for name changes, which culminated in that fated and historic day in June 2020. When that statue was toppled and pushed into Bristol Harbour following peaceful protests in support of Black Lives Matter and the murder of George Floyd, it was a symbolic demonstration of our city's complex relationship with race. It highlighted the long shadows cast by slavery and racism in Bristol and how this has shaped our city's discourse about inequality and exclusion amid modern concerns about institutional racial violence and the disproportionate effect of the coronavirus on our Black and brown citizens. We all recognise that solving entrenched racism and inequality is a collective responsibility. No single organisation or individual can tackle this problem alone. In this, Bristol is by no means unique, but by sharing our experiences, other cities across the world may find some inspiration and practical ideas for how our political leadership has helped to shape a city's response to racism and disparity. In the aftermath of the toppling of Edward Colston's statue, our city saw escalating threats directed particularly towards Bristol's Black communities. We've seen increases in hate crime within Bristol, including racially aggravated assaults and the desecration of the grave of Scipio Africanus, a young 18-year-old enslaved young African buried in 1720. That is why it was really important for our Mayor, Marvin Rees, and myself to set out a process to manage our journey as a city. We've established the History Commission, which will help us to tell our full city history. As we learn this fuller history, including the part played not only by Black people, but by women, the working class, trade unions, and children, among others, we will be in a better position to bring the whole city with us as we understand who we are, how we got here, and who we wish to honour. On the 2nd of March this year, the council voted to back a joint Labour and Green motion regarding reparations atonement for Bristol's role in the transatlantic trafficking of enslaved Africans. The motion calls for the government to set up an all-party parliamentary commission of inquiry to look at how reparations might be delivered, and also resolve to implement community wealth creation strategies to produce more sustainable and equitable growth, whilst alleviating systemic poverty and acknowledging a just economy is the only way to achieve racial justice. It also marked the start of dialogue between African heritage communities, civic institutions, and indeed the citizens of Bristol to holistic reconciliation and reparatory justice for Bristol's role in the transatlantic trafficking of enslaved Africans. Reparatory justice should be driven by the experiences and perspectives of African heritage communities. Nothing about us without us. It's great to be joined by Trevor Prescott, Barbados Labour Cabinet Minister, and a big shout out to Sir Hilary Beckles and the CARICOM Reparations Commission, who are pushing for reparatory justice for the historical crimes of native genocide and African enslavement in the Caribbean region, and Bristol stands alongside Barbados. The Drax family created the first slaved worked plantation in the British Empire. Their hands are steeped in the blood of our ancestors, so I fully support the call for the Drax Hall estate in Barbados to be donated to the people of Barbados, whose ancestors lie in what can only be described as killing fields. Bristol's involvement in the slave trade and the great wealth acquired from it has come to light and brought with it some very uncomfortable questions about how we deal with this city and indeed the country's past. The legacy of this horrific trade cannot be pinned to an individual, one individual, as we have done in Bristol, with Colston acting as a cover for the families of Elton, Costa, Fars, Wills, Winterstowe, Tyndall, La Roche, and many others who have sailed under the radar whilst Colston has borne the brunt of this city's iron. The fact is that these Bristol families were responsible for shipping over 500,000 enslaved Africans across the Atlantic, making up a fifth of the total of enslaved Africans carried on British ships. Like the Drax family, Bristol's plantation owners and merchants who invested in plantations in Barbados, Jamaica, and across the Caribbean received over £500,000 in compensation for the loss of their enslaved property when the Emancipation Act was passed, freeing the enslaved in 1834. Today, that compensation paid by you and me, the taxpayer, is now worth around £2.36 billion. My ancestors who were slaves received nothing. That can't be right. Many of our international, national, and civic institutions were founded upon discrimination and funded by the proceeds of slavery. Facts that no longer can be ignored and are now finally being acknowledged by a growing number of Bristol and UK institutions. Systemic racism is deeply entrenched in our society, and the motion that we brought in Bristol was a landmark step to helping us look at the roots of racial discrimination and add to our efforts to address it. The trade in human cargo is undoubtedly the biggest stain on Britain's checkered past, and the sins of Bristol's past lives on today. Poor educational outcomes, growing health inequalities, overrepresentation in the criminal justice system, wealth, power, and influence eluding us at every turn. The transportation of the Tolpuddle Martyrs to the penal colonies bears some similarities to that of my ancestors. They were fettered with heavy chains. They were fettered in heavy irons, riveted to their legs. They were transported to the colonies of Australia. Disease was rampant. Epidemics swept through the masses, resulting in a tragic number of deaths, but do pale into insignificance when you consider over 2 million enslaved Africans were transported across the Atlantic. The protests of the Workers' Union led to the freedom of the Tolpuddle Martyrs 3 years after they were sentenced. Unlike my ancestors who were denied any rights, being treated less than human beings. So as we celebrate the Tolpuddle Martyrs, let's not forget the millions of other martyrs, the enslaved and today's descendants who continue to fight for their freedom and emancipation, whilst the yoke of colonialism hangs ominously around our necks. So in the same way, we have come together to seek justice and freedom for the Tolpuddle Martyrs and for our ancestors and our brothers and sisters in Barbados. I ask for your solidarity, support, and your allyship by standing with African heritage communities in our quest for reparatory justice. Black Lives Matter too. Thank you.
Thank you, Asha. That was brilliant. And everything that you said is utterly correct and so right, and thank you for joining us today as we try to seek reparative justice for the injustice of slavery that happened and the fact that there is still somebody making money off of that, which is why we are here today. And thank you for joining us on a Saturday from Bristol. It's always a pleasure to have you, and hopefully next year we can have you at the festival proper. Brilliant. We're now going to try and get back into the protest. I'm hoping that Nigel or Joe can hear us. Nigel, are you there?
When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. No justice. No peace. 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 Black Lives Matter. 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 Black Lives Matter.
So if you can hear me, we're marching along Drax's very long wall that surrounds his Dorset estate. And we're just arriving at one of his many gates. I wonder if he'll be there to meet us.
When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter.
He doesn't seem to be here, but I'm sure he's getting the message.
If you could just filter around, make a nice big circle around the gates. Thank you. Let everyone in. Okay.
Over. How are you? I don't know what. Yeah, go on.
Okay, could people make room for our participants who are further back in the road, please?
So come and hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Nigel. What's going on over there?
Okay, are we making room for all our participants?
Go for it. So if you can hear me, we've arrived at louder. If you can hear me, we've arrived at the one of many gates that is into the huge Drax estate. He doesn't appear to be here to meet us, but I'm sure he's getting the message that it is time for justice, and it's time for him to deal with the people of Barbados and hand over his plantations to them for an appropriate legacy of slavery. We'll be hearing from a few speakers now, so if you bear with us, they were just coming to the front.
From the United Against Racism movement, who today has taken a delegation of anti-racist trade unionists up to Dunsany Castle in County Meath. Because Dunsany Castle is also the property of the extended Drax family, the Plunkett clan of the Drax family. You may know that our own Richard Drax is a Plunkett. And Dunsany estate in Ireland was once also a part owner of Drax Hall estate in Barbados. And the message we've just got through with a wonderful photo from Ireland, from the United Against Racism movement, is solidarity with Barbados, solidarity with Dorset. They stand with us and ready to join us in our future struggle for slavery justice. Thank you.
Right, it's hot, so we'll move swiftly on. But I just say, here we are looking at this map, protected by the police. We have taxpayers' money. Yes. There are 280,000 homeless people in Britain. Yeah. 280,000. It's a national disgrace that one person can have so much, and then so many people can have so little. And Mr. Drax, are you here? Are you here to explain yourself, to be accountable as an MP to your constituents? Mr. Drax, where are you? He's hiding. He's hiding behind the police. But you know what they can say? You can run, but you can't hide. Wherever you go, stand up to racism, Dorset, and the CARICOM Commission in Barbados will be after you. Without further ado, I want to introduce our very own Henny Nicolette.
Everyone! I've written something that I want to read to you today. When you have a lens for the scope of how racism works within the United Kingdom, you are able to see it everywhere you look and just how deeply entrenched it is. I read an essay titled "The Silences and Disclosures of Slavery Heritage in the United Kingdom," written by a man called A.V. Seaton. And what we are not taught in our history classes is Britain's direct involvement within the transatlantic slave trade. And as a result, the remnants of what systemic racism has manifested to in the 21st century. It reads, a royal warrant was granted from Charles II, which was responsible for the shipping of 90,000 slaves in 1689. By 1712, the South Sea Company was founded for this very cause, a director of whom was Jacob Sawbridge. By 1720, the social roll call and membership included a substantial number of Britain's ruling parliamentarians. 462 members belonged in the House of Commons, and 100 out of the 200 at the time of House and Lords were also included within this membership. When we look at the case of Drax,
to see people of all different shades, backgrounds, coming together collectively to make this a reality. And we want to send a message to Richard Drax now that there will be no turning back. There will be no turning back. So if he has no conscience, we will make sure that it comes to the reality, to know that the benefits which he has gained over the centuries derive from the greatest crime against humanity. And it is not vague poetry, it's a serious comment. The CARICOM body, which is comprised of 12 nations in the Caribbean, has agreed that this is a crime against humanity. And our liberation will not be fully achieved until we get an apology and reparation from Mr. Drax. I can't believe that in a civil society, we can have a man serving in the highest court of the land, a major MP in Britain, sitting in the House of Commons, and he has no conscience. He cannot even say, I'm sorry for the crime that was committed against humanity, the manner in which Black people were treated by the British since the 17th century, the first half of the 17th century. You have had, he's enjoying at present an accumulation of wealth that started from in the 1640s. We were in the British hands right up to 1966. We were struggling to survive. Up to 1834, when they gave us cosmetic emancipation with not one university. We had not one university in the Caribbean. We didn't have universal secondary education. Or people was living in abject poverty with dry pits, living in chattel houses. They were paying us up to 1937, 2 shillings and 6 pence for labor. And in the early days, they paid nothing. And it was the labor of Black men and women in this country. In the 17th century, that caused Mr. Drax to be what he is today in the House of Assembly. He was able to give, they were able to give their children university education out of the wealth from Barbados and Jamaica. When Black children could not even get an opportunity to go to primary school. They did not even expand, and I don't even know if you can call it expansion in 1833. They then talk about education to meet the basic needs of labor, continuing to suppress the creativity. Mr. Drax's family were there contributing to the literature, the sociological studies of the day written by the Drax family and the Lascelles about our inferiority, about how plantations should be run in the Caribbean. Barbados was the model of slavery in the Western world, chattel slavery. Wherever we had slavery in the Western world, Barbados was the model, not designed by us, but designed by the Drax family. They were the first major plantation owners in the Caribbean, and the biggest. Started off with over 600 acres of land, still own that land. From generation to generation, still owning that land. Still paying starvation wages at Drax Hall. And exploiting labor in Barbados. How can a man as intelligent as he purports to be not understand the pain that our people are experiencing in the Caribbean? Can he understand what the psychological damage that was done to our people? Can he understand that? When you say that a people are not equivalent to human beings or to you, is that not supremacy? Is that not a doctrine of white supremacy? And in this march, I see people that look just like him, but they have a conscience. They know that we are all human beings. At least if he can say, I'm sorry, or even meet you at the gate. This special gate, which he has. We can say, well, this is a man that is showing some form and is willing to receive some form of redemption. But it seems to me, the fact that he is comfortable with millions of pounds, he wants to find a justification for why he is as wealthy as he is without accepting the fact that he's a beneficiary of the greatest crime against humanity. He has a moral duty. He has a moral duty and a moral responsibility to his own people and to our people in the region to first say, I am sorry. And I'm not going to buy the argument. I'm not going to buy the argument that some person who received justice, who received wealth under those circumstances, for over 300 years, keep accumulating it. In less than 10 years, after the settlement here, the Drax family knew that they were sitting in a gold and diamond mine by repatriating funds to purchase, I think, the very property that you're marching around. They indicated that they were sending back money to purchase that property in Dorset. And today he does not even see it fit and proper to come to the gate and to speak to his people who made him also what he is. Just to say, I understand your case. If there's any debate, we can debate on the level, the quantums of reparation, but he will be indicted. He will be indicted for being a beneficiary of the crime itself. And we will find some form, a higher form of justice than we are seeking at present. Because he must pay the people of Barbados for the wrong that his family has committed. I am not going to support the view that he has no duty to compensate for that wrong. It's more than just moral. You know how many lives, I mean, not only Barbados, but you know how many lives his family destroyed? Do you know that his family also invested in the ships that transport Africans from the West Coast to Barbados and Jamaica? They invested in large partnerships with the enslavement of Black people off the African coast. They participated in the discussion for the abolition of slavery. And with persons not stripping that facade, you'll get the impression that there was an act of human consciousness, but it was a selfish act again, because they were producing enough passive Creole slaves that they then continue to dominate the trade across the region by reproducing, forcing women to reproduce children, and took the children from their parents and shipped them across the region. He did not only export sugar, he exported human beings. He imported and exported human beings across the region. I am so pleased with you this morning because you have been able to do, and rather you've been able to continue the struggle. It is not only resistance, but we must counter these acts. And what we are seeing today is that in our governance, we are still struggling against oppression. There are still many persons in our society, probably half of the population of Barbados, scientific studies will show, still landless. And he has an estate of over 600 acres of land in Barbados.
I'm so sorry, Trevor. I'm going to have to cut across you. I don't know if you can hear me. Hi, Trevor. I'm so sorry. I'm going to cut across you, and we're just about to almost finish the stream. I'm really, really sorry because I could see you were mid-flow with a speech, but I just wanted to thank you so much before we go back to the protest, and thank you for joining us today.
Wrap it up. Let me say to you, extremely pleased, and I'm hoping that this is just the beginning of things to happen there in Dorset. And we hope to be able to join you in with the
Oh, I think you might be breaking up, but Trevor, if you were saying that you hope to join us, absolutely, you are always more than welcome. And yes, we will carry on fighting the fight against the Drax estate and fighting to get those reparations and the justice that the families of slaves in Barbados and around the world are owed by the people who continue to make money off them. And thank you again for joining us today. Trevor Prescott, everybody who's listening, this is the Barbados MP who has joined us live today at the Tolpuddle Martyrs Festival. And I also want to thank all of our previous speakers that you might have heard before. We had Councillor Asher Craig from Bristol. We had David Denny from the Caribbean Movement.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just thanking everybody who spoke, and then I'll hand over to you, Nigel.
Can we interrupt just to? We'd like to hear
no
from
worries.
Francis O'Grady.
Absolutely, and thank you again to Louisa. Over to Nigel. Thank you, everybody.
On your feed. Okay. I hope you can. Yeah.
Just start. Hi everybody. I've just been bringing solidarity from the TUC to everybody here in Dorset, protesting outside the Drax estate peacefully and safely, but also to bring our solidarity to our sisters and brothers in Barbados. You know, because this is about reparations and justice, and those who profited from the terrible crime of slavery and the slave trade. And you know, I know some have said that you must not visit the sins of the father on the children, and certainly Richard Drax has got his own sins to account for in the way that he's voted in the House of Commons, including on Labour's proposal for a duty on landlords to make sure that the homes they rent are fit for human habitation. So he's got to account for that. But we can't just wash over this history, because the legacy of slavery is racism. Racism was invented to rationalise why it was that white people could make fortunes on the back of treating black people as less than human. And we still live with that legacy today. Just look at what's happening in the jobs market. Who gets a job? Who's first out? Who's on low pay? Who's on 0 hours? And critically, our wonderful heroes, our COVID key workers, on the front line, risking their health and sometimes lives for the rest of us. So racism is still here, and we know the impact it has today. And that's why here outside the Drax estate, 15 acres, my goodness me, we think it's time to pay up and pay back. Thank you.
Our MP hides behind his wall and his 5 surnames and his 2 million bricks. He also said, when quizzed about his family's dark past, this is pitiable stuff. It is not pitiable stuff. Therefore, it's refreshing to read a message from Diane Abbott, a woman of colour who's been an inspiration to me and to all of us for how she's struggled against so many barriers. And her words are good, powerful, potent words. She says, "I'm very sorry I cannot be with you here today. Your struggle is an important one. Our joint struggle is an important one. This country has a terrible history of slavery and slave trading. Not only is it a terrible history, it is also a terrible present too, because we are all products of that history. Many of us are part of that history as the victims of slavery, but there are also institutions in this country that are part of the history of the perpetrators. Some of the great wealth of this country was built on slavery, and there are still individuals with great wealth built out of slavery and ground houses too. And there's Drax in his high-ceilinged rooms just behind us with his elegant statues. All of this matters because the ideas that allow slavery are still present, Diane says. Because if you're going to invade countries, enslave people, transport them, treat them worse than animals and work them to death, then you first of all have to regard them as something less than human. This is where racism comes from. We're still fighting that battle, as you see right up today. This is important, and I offer my support. We will not give up the fight.
A contribution from Cleo Lake, who is from Bristol, and she is a reparations activist. Thank you, Cleo, for coming today. And the contribution that Bristol has played.
Absolutely, thank you, and it's good to be here. And first of all, I should thank Bristol artist Helen Wilson-Rowe, like myself, a woman of African heritage via Jamaica, who actually sent me the flyer for this on WhatsApp. So without her, I wouldn't be here today, and it's good to be here. I would like to tell you that I am the former Lord Mayor of Bristol. I was a Green Party councillor for 5 years, just completing my 5-year term. As Lord Mayor of Bristol, I removed 2 portraits of enslavers that were still hanging on the wall in City Hall in 2018 then, 2018, 2019, still there, still revered in a diverse, multicultural, forward-thinking city like Bristol. What a disgrace, but what a relief now that those portraits are gone and the message and the signals were given.
Well done.
As I've said, I am of Jamaican and African descent, on a journey to reclaim my culture and my identity, those things that alongside my ancestors' lives were stolen.
Absolutely.
Within that would be my indigenous spiritual beliefs that I have no real connection to, I wasn't brought up with, because they were stolen by the likes of people like the Drax family and also the Church of England.
Yes.
So when the Church of England today does their matrix on contested history, and I welcome that, and again, Dorset making moves by removing that plaque that was in one of your churches, good move, good action, well done. As the Church of England reckons with this and maybe mutters about reparations, do they understand that reparations is beyond compensation? It's not just a payout. Money alone cannot repair the damage. It's more than that. We could all walk away today, those of us of African descent, with money in our pocket, which would be a benefit, which would mean we might have intergenerational wealth, which would dig a lot of us out of poverty here in the Caribbean and back home on the continent. It's not about leaving Africa out of the picture, but it will not repair all the damage. It will not repair racism, will it? Money alone will not repair racism. So when we talk about reparations, it's about a holistic approach and a holistic journey in terms of learning as well. And as one of the former speakers said, we resisted then and we will resist now. And we can even stand here today because of the journey that other activists have made over decades, over centuries, resisting from day one. And I think it's important we try to learn and catch up with the movements that are happening. And I'd like to shout out the campaign group Stop the Maangamizi. Maangamizi, a Kiswahili term, as we try and reclaim our language, which equates to basically the African Holocaust. Enslavement was nothing less than a genocide. Let's be real. And their campaign, Stop the Maangamizi, we charge ecocide and genocide. Those two things hand in hand. So as we march for the climate movement, we also march for this history. Because without enslavement, you wouldn't have had the ravaging of our Mother Earth. And it's about time. It's about time. What else can we do? I told you I was a Green Party politician, and I'm very, very happy and proud to say that in collaboration with grassroots...
Welcome back, everybody. I think we have just left the protest against the Drax estate. You will have heard a bunch of speakers today. I want to remind everybody who you heard. We had David Denny start us off, and then we had a bunch of great speakers, including Louisa, who is a fantastic campaigner and inclusion consultant. We also had Trevor Prescott, who's the Barbados MP, and he spoke very passionately about why we are doing what we are doing today and supporting all those out there on the protest march to get Richard Drax MP to pay back the reparations for the families who suffered, who had descendants who suffered from the slavery in Barbados and across the world. We've also had Councillor Asher Craig, Roger Mackenzie speak to us today, and Francis O'Grady wrapped up for us right live at the protest. Coming up in just a few moments, so stay with us, is the union priorities for the climate emergency, another important issue that we need to be tackling head on. We've got 3 leading voices from the movement. We will have Sue Ferns from the Prospect Union chairing a wonderful debate with Ed Miliband, the MP, who is the Shadow Secretary of State for Business, Energy, Innovation and Skills, as well as Samantha Smith, who is the ITUC Just Transition Centre Policy Officer. Like I said, stay with us for just a few moments longer. We'll be kicking off at 1:30 again. Thank you again to our speakers. Apologies for the tech issues, but I'm sure you can understand if we're trying to do 4 different streams from lots of different locations, it's very, very difficult. But hopefully you've been able to show the solidarity that the protesters and the campaigners deserve and lend your support to this very important campaign. We will be posting petitions into the chat boxes and the comment boxes for you to sign so that we can keep going with this campaign. But for now, we will see you in 4 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
1, live.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the remote Tolpuddle Martyrs Festival for 2021. This session is about trade union priorities for climate. My name's Sue Ferns. I'm the Deputy General Secretary at Prospect and the General Counsel Lead on Environment and Energy issues. And I'm delighted to be joined this afternoon by Ed Miliband MP, Shadow Secretary of State for BEIS, and Sam Smith, who runs the Just Transition Centre for the ITUC, the International TUC. So the format we're going to do this afternoon is we'll hear from for a few minutes from each of our speakers, starting with Ed, and then over to Sam, and then we will move forward into some questions and discussion. It almost goes without saying that this is a really important and timely debate. We've seen the tragic stories about the flooding in Europe, about the terrible fires across the world. So what more signal do we need about the importance of climate as an issue for all of us? But we're also meeting at the end of the week where we have seen the publication of IPPR's Environmental Justice Commission report and also the report of the government's Green Jobs Task Force. So I think we should have plenty to talk about this afternoon. But let's start first with Ed Miliband and some introductory comments. Over to you, Ed.
Thanks so much, Sue. And it's great to be here on this warm and sunny day. It shows our collective dedication to the cause and indeed the people who are watching. So thank you for watching. And Sue, thank you to you for the work that you do at Prospect, because you're a real leader when it comes to the issue of the just transition. And I've really appreciated our conversation over the last 15 months or so and your leadership on this issue, and indeed that of Prospect and other trade unions. So I guess I was going to actually start where you started, which is to do with the terrible, appalling flooding that we've seen in Germany, the heat waves in other parts of the world, because I think it does remind us, in case we needed reminding, of the emergency that we face. You know, we think about climate change often as a theoretical future prospect. It isn't a theoretical future prospect. The climate crisis is here now, and it places an importance, obviously, on adaptation and resilience, and that is very, very crucial. But it also tells us that we've got to act with much greater urgency. You know, we are in the decisive decade. I think climate stands alone in the sense that the decisions we make in this decade will have implications for generations to come. Once the genie comes out of the bottle, it's very hard to put it back in. If we carry on emitting carbon in the way that we have over the next decade, as we have over the last 30, 40, 50, even more decades, then we won't be able to avoid more than 1.5 degrees of warming, and we'll see a lot more extreme weather events as we've seen over the last few weeks. So there's a real urgency to this. And then something that I often emphasize, and so you'll have heard me say this before, we often talk about the nightmare, and it is right to talk about the dangers, but we should also talk about the positive things that we can do to create a better world. But we can only do that if the transition is fair and the transition is just. And that's our subject today. And that's why it's so important to talk about what can be done to make sure this transition is fair for workers. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think the environmental movement, and I sort of put myself in this, have done enough to put workers and economic justice at the center of this vision. So I'm really interested to hear from Sam, so I won't go on for ages, but I thought I would mention 5 things that I think are incredibly important. And Sue, they reflect very much some of the things that we've seen in your very good Green Jobs Task Force report published earlier this week, and indeed the IPPR report that you mentioned. First, we need a plan. Government is good at setting targets, but bad at setting out plans. This government. And unless there is a plan for workers, for businesses, for local authorities, for people to sort of organize themselves within, so they know what is happening, where are things going, what's the plan in relation to households and transport and industry, we're never going to succeed. You call for that in your Green Jobs Task Force. It's incredibly important. Secondly, finance. I think it's easy to talk about these issues without really, while avoiding the key issue of government finance. You know, why do I talk so much about this? Because I think that unless government provides the finance to oil the wheels of this transition, it will make it much, much harder. And that is true in relation to workers and the retraining of workers, the training of workers, and the creation of jobs. You know, I often think about this, what became a big hot button issue in the last few months, the Cumbria coal mine. And I don't think we can open a new coal mine in Cumbria, but I think we've got an obligation to the people of Cumbria to say, here is the alternative. Here are the alternative green jobs that can be created. But unless you provide the alternatives to people, we won't take people with us. And finance is absolutely crucial in this. And I'm afraid, and there's great TUC research on this, when you look at what the government in the UK is doing, it's talking the talk on the targets, but it's not walking the walk on the finance. I think the proposals from this government are 6% of the level per capita of the Joe Biden stimulus. I think something like a quarter of what we're seeing in France and a third of what we're seeing in Germany. So it needs to start investing and putting its money where its mouth is. Thirdly, and you emphasize this in your Green Jobs Task Force report, for every high carbon industry, there needs to be a plan, and a plan involving workers. And, you know, I think our slogan, our commitment here should be no worker left behind. I know as a Doncaster MP, the dangers of an unplanned transition. We saw it in the coal mines with the closure of the pits in Doncaster in the 1980s and 90s. We cannot have that happen again. Again, we won't take people with us, and we won't deserve to take people with us if that's what happens. You call for every fossil fuel industry, every high carbon industry to develop a plan with its workers. It should be done with government. There should be a just transition commission set up by government. You know, you and I were talking just before you came on air about this. It seems absolutely crucial to me. We set up our own in shadow form, the sort of beginnings of a just transition working party, Labour in opposition. But how can we possibly take people with us or make this transition happen in a fair way without that? So that's the third thing. For every high carbon industry, there needs to be a plan. And by the way, the investment. If I take an area like steel, you know, we can have a vibrant, great future for our steel industry, but you've got to invest. You've got to invest to make that transition happen. And 250 million in the Clean Steel Fund in 2023, which is what the government is proposing, is just way short of all the estimates I've seen about what is required. Fourthly, the new jobs that are created. You make this point in your report. It's a point I've been making. Just because we create a job in a low carbon or zero carbon industry doesn't mean it's fair. There is as much of an obligation around jobs in zero carbon industries that they are well paid, that they are unionized, that they are safe, that they involve workers with a voice for workers. All of those things are absolutely essential. And again, I think, and there is good work that's been started on this, I think it's incredibly important that we do this work together. And alongside that, there has got to be the training for workers, both workers who are not involved in high carbon or low carbon industries necessarily, to be able to take up those jobs, and workers in the high carbon industries to transition, if that's what's required, into those jobs. And there's really good union work, I know, going on around the kind of measures we need on skills, and perhaps we can get into that discussion. So fourthly, the new jobs created have got to be well paid, decent jobs that people can be proud to do. And fifth and finally, and in a way this reflects what I've already said, but I think it's worth emphasizing, there's got to be a voice, a proper voice for workers in this transition. This can't be done to workers. It's got to be done with working people. And, you know, I think if you look across the British economy, one of the things that I feel that we massively lack is the proper kind of voice for workers that we see on the continent, in continental Europe, for example. And we need more of that. We need the works councils where workers have a voice. We need strong trade unions with workers having a voice. You know, this is, I think, the Achilles heel of the British economy, not just in terms of fairness, but in terms of economic success. And I want to see that change. And if I was the business secretary, I would be doing everything I could to make it change, because I think the only fair, productive future for our economy is with workers at the centre, and not just with lip service, but with a real voice. The last thing I'll say, and then I was want to hear from Sam, is this, which is, we've got to be bold. You know, this, coming back to where I started, when you look at the climate crisis, when you look at all of the issues we face, this is not a time for tinkering around the edges. This is not a time for cautious incrementalism. This is the time to be bold in the investments we need to make. We can't afford not to do this. We've got to make these investments. Joe Biden recognizes this. I'm afraid our government doesn't recognize this properly. We can't be half measures on this. The crisis is too great. The opportunities are there. Workers need to be protected and need to be at the core of this. And that can only be done with a bold vision, a house by house, street by street vision when it comes to transforming homes, a proper plan in relation to transport, not just replacing petrol and diesel cars with electric cars, but the kind of publicly owned, publicly run railway system that we need, the bus services that we need, the production of those green buses, something I've talked about a lot with the trade unions, a plan in relation to industry. Whenever I think about this issue, whenever I talk about climate, I'm reminded both of the scale of the task, but also the urgency. And there's no choice, but I think, but to go big in relation to this. I think we've got to work absolutely hand in glove with the trade unions to make this transition fair. I think we can, but now is the time when government has got to step up. And that's what we are going to be pushing them to do over the coming years. And hopefully that will also form the basis of our manifesto at the next general election.
Ed, thank you so much. So much to talk about there, and we'll come back to some of that. Let's hear first of all, before we do that, from Sam, who can give us more of an international perspective. So over to you, Sam.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sue. And thanks very much for the chance to talk a bit today about just transition, both internationally and in the UK. So it should surprise no one. I agree with everything that Ed just said. I'm going to build on it a little bit. But just to say who I am and what I do, I work for the International Trade Union Confederation. We represent 200 million organized workers in 163 countries. And the Just Transition Center was set up in order to support our affiliates, support unions and our allies in getting good plans for just transition. It was actually a response to the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, which was negotiated in 2016 or 2015, and also negotiated in the United Nations under the International Labour Organization of Global Rules for Just Transition. So I guess the first message I have is that we have UN architecture and rules for just transition. It's a specific thing. It saves us doing the heavy lifting of figuring out what just transition is and how it takes place, what the goals are. The second thing about just transition is that in 2016, when I started in this work, there were very few examples of just transition. But now we have trade unions, governments, and even employers around the world who are working on getting these plans for just transition, about which you spoke at, and in some cases have succeeded at scale. So the UK is not alone, UK Labour is not alone in pushing for plans for just transition, in pushing for the voice of workers in their unions, in social dialogue for just transition, and in calling for these kinds of plans and investments across the economy. just to unpack a little bit what exactly is in a just transition, probably the most important part of just transition is that it is always based on social dialogue. And social dialogue is this very specific thing, which, you know, when you and I were chatting before this event, Sue, you said, yeah, we know what it is, but we're not getting enough of it. And I think that would definitely be the case for unions around the world. But it is this process between workers in our unions, employers, often government, where we sit down and we negotiate usually a binding outcome. And in the case of just transition, what this means is that we workers in our unions, we need to be at the table negotiating the plans for our jobs, our futures, and for sectors. It's not just because it's our right to do so, our right to know as workers, but it's also because we bring knowledge about our sectors and jobs that you can't get anywhere else and that you definitely aren't going to capture in a kind of consultation process where workers are just sort of asked to respond to a hearing document. That's it for us. So one other thing about social dialogue, and something that I personally have seen over and over again with the unions with whom we work, we're working only with unions from high emitting sectors. So that's power and mining, that's oil and gas, steel, cement, auto, other manufacturing, transport, construction, like that. And the start of these processes when unions are trying to get employers to the table, get government to the table, talk to the members, build everybody's confidence. You know, people are really scared and nervous. No person likes to lose her job or to be in fear of losing her job. But what we do see is that this process of just transition, of having workers and unions at the table, really works. It's a way to build this broad support, not only in our movement, in the labor movement, in union households, but also in our networks, which can be extremely broad in communities. And this, once that confidence is there, that there's going to be new jobs for everybody, or that you're going to keep the job you have and be reskilled, get skills in order to do that job with lower emissions, that there will be investments for communities so we don't have stranded and deindustrialized communities, as we know all too well from the UK, but also many other places in the world. And people's attitudes about change and about this sort of massive, very rapid transformation that we're going to go through now, those attitudes change. We have seen that over and over again. It is a huge way to mobilize the power of our movement in support of getting climate action done. Some other things about just transition. You can't have a just transition where you don't have human rights and labor rights, right? Because then if we don't have our rights to freedom of association, to collective bargaining, to freedom of expression, then how are we going to get employers to the table and government too? So it's also about asserting our fundamental human rights as trade unionists in order to get this just transition. And that also includes gender rights and other rights to dignified old age in the form of pension, to healthcare, to fair wages, and so on. I guess, you know, the very best plans for just transition, right now they're focused mostly on the energy sector because that is where most of the emissions come from, but it's also where we're having the biggest and most rapid transformation in terms of the means of producing energy. But just transition, we're going to need just transition for basically every sector, right? If we're going to do something meaningful about climate change, we really mean that we're going to try to get somewhere below 1.5 degrees if we can, avoid even more catastrophic impacts than what we're seeing right now, then we're really talking every job in every sector. And that also means that every job has to be good. So I'll just close. I can go into some specific examples, Sue and Ed, a bit, you know, later in our conversation, but I'll just close by saying that just transition isn't just about all the things that we need to do in order to make sure that, for example, coal miners or people working in coal-fired power will not be left behind. Those things are really important, and they include securing pensions and healthcare, making sure there's a pathway to a new job. Maybe that new job could also be in mining, just not coal, or in mine remediation, or in skilled construction. Ensuring that those new jobs are good jobs. So jobs of equivalent quality, and including wages, security of contract, and so on, to the ones that might be disappearing. Income top-ups where that's not going to be the case. But at least as much as that, we need to look to the future and make sure that there are new jobs, and those new jobs are good jobs. And that includes investing in regions, investing in modern infrastructure, investing in supports that make the sort of soft and hard infrastructure, as President Biden has talked about, all of the good jobs in care and education, research, technology that can lift the floor for everyone, including, but not only, people who today are working in the energy sector. So if you're in a region that's been really dependent on one industry, and it's now going to produce jobs across all sectors, that gives you many more opportunities, both for people to go into new jobs, but also to have decent household incomes, decent incomes for women workers, so that you can lift everybody's boat at once. And that is really what a just transition is about. No one left behind, but also eradicating poverty and rights. So I'm going to stop there, and would be really happy to talk a bit more about some specific examples. Thanks.
That's brilliant. Thanks very much, Sam. So I think we've got some big themes to talk about, and there are some questions coming in from our Facebook audience as well. So I think we've all touched on the issues around investment and the inadequacy of government investment currently in the UK, particularly when you compare that with the scale of ambition of Joe Biden when he came into office. But I suppose the issue is, so how do we pitch this? What is the right thing to do? And when we look at it, we're very struck, for example, by the Danish wind industry and the success of that. And I think there are two key factors there. One is, the social partnership and the government support, but also the fact that they've got a long-term strategy, and they've stuck with it and they've kept at it. And that means they've got strong supply chains as well. And it means that their wind industry is 5 times as rich in jobs as the wind industry in the UK. So I suppose the question is, we rightly criticise the government for insufficient investment, but we are talking the need for very large scale investment. So where is it right for the Labour movement to pitch this? Perhaps come to you first, Ed, on that.
I mean, Sue, look, I think you asked the right question. This has got to be an investment for the future, and this is an investment for the future. We've said, the Labour opposition have said that we should have a 30 billion green stimulus over 18 months. We said that last autumn. That continues to be our position. And in a sense, and that's the sort of down payment, I think, for what we need to do at the next election. And actually, if you look at the IPPR report you referred to, they say there needs to be 30 billion a year of investment. Somebody asked in the chat, can we afford to do it? My answer is unequivocally yes. Interest rates are low, and I think we've got to not see this as if you like, a consumption by government. This is an investment. And I say that not just as a sort of rhetorical point, but also that we need to think about the paybacks we get and how we invest our resources. Let me give you a very concrete example. We've said in relation to the gigafactories that we need, these are the battery factories that we need in order to ensure we protect and indeed enhance our automotive sector. We've said government should be willing to take equity stakes in these gigafactories so they get the upside, so it's not just a subsidy. And actually, I've talked to people in the private sector and they said, look, that's perfectly reasonable. And that sort of principle, that idea goes beyond this. If you think it goes beyond the automotive sector, if you think about investing in the kind of retrofit program that we need, that will be job creating. This is the Stern report of 2007 was so clear about this. It was a seminal moment because Stern said, look, the costs of not acting on climate are greater than the costs of acting. And the argument often made about borrowing is we shouldn't put our kids and grandkids in the problem of having to deal with the debts. Let me just say very clearly, putting our kids and grandkids into the position of having to is a far, far bigger burden than borrowing to invest in tackling that problem. And I'm absolutely convinced about that. So I think we absolutely can afford to do it, and we've got to be bold and we've got to be clear about it.
Thanks, Seth. Sam, is there anything we should learn from other countries who've done this better?
Yes. So I'm speaking to you from the U.S., where right outside the nation's capital, we're 4 days into yet another record heat wave. But at the same time, the government is using money, taking advantage of this moment, this terrible moment, because we're still in a pandemic. We're still in a kind of jobs apocalypse where so many jobs have been lost over the last half, taking advantage of this moment to put money, invest in the economy and invest in jobs. And, the plan that President Biden has put forward, the American Jobs Act, the American Families Act, which would invest especially in care jobs, make it possible for women to come back to because so many of us have had to drop out over the last year and a half without access to good childcare, all of the safety issues around the pandemic. That kind of thinking, that kind of bold vision for the country will create literally tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of good family sustaining jobs. And those jobs in turn, along with things like the American Manufacturing Executive Order, those things will make sure that a lot of those jobs stay in the US and don't get offshored. This is happening now in the UK. So that's one very good example. The jobs that are embodied in these actions from the federal government, they're not going to do everything that one needs to do in the US on climate change, but it would be a huge start in some key sectors, such as clean energy, such as public transport, such as electrification of the auto sector, and getting started on that in some of the world's biggest auto markets. A lot of the different pieces of legislation that are moving through the US Congress right now also have job standards attached to them. And I just want to highlight that as something that governments can do to make sure that the new jobs that get created by investment are good jobs. You can attach labor standards to investment. You'll get plenty of pushback from some of the employers who wanted to do it the bad old way or offshore, but you can require employers to, who are getting any kind of public investment, to make sure that there's local economic development and to set even minimum standards for the jobs that get created. And those standards can also apply in the supply chain. And we have seen actually that thinking at work in the US. We played a small role in getting the Danish offshore wind company Ørsted to the table with US labor to negotiate a broad framework agreement for good jobs in the construction of all of Ørsted's wind farms in the US. And that has since snowballed to discussions with other big offshore wind developers and to a draft rule from the federal government, which will require good jobs agreements, at least for the construction phase of every single offshore wind farm that is built in the United States. So a lot of stuff is possible when you have the right government, and also when you have employers like Ørsted that, you know, at least with some pressure from their Danish unions at home, are willing to play ball. I'll just note that in Denmark, indeed, as you said, Sue, Denmark produced world-leading wind sector industries. That was part of a 30-year strategy, but it was also part of social dialogue between the trade unions, the government, and the employers, and that Ørsted itself is actually still majority state-owned, as are many of the biggest players now in renewable energy and in offshore wind. They started their lives as national utilities, and many of them, like EDF, but also NL, also Engie, still have either majority state ownership or part state ownership. So that is definitely a way to not only for governments to invest, but also to get returns. It's something in Norway, where I'm actually based full-time, that we did very successfully in building our oil industry, but also our renewable energy company, Statkraft, is the biggest provider of renewable energy in Europe, I believe, and it is 100% state-owned. This is a model that works. It's not some relic from the past. It's actually enabled many of these renewable energy companies that, you know, are out competing in international markets to do what they do. And it's a way for us to get returns on these big investments that governments are making. I think the last thing to say is that in Germany, a big part of the agreement that is going to phase out coal-fired power in Germany no later than 2038, and that has been embraced, I'm going to say it, embraced by the mining and energy unions. They were a key part of negotiating that agreement. It is a good deal for their members. Is 40 billion euro that will go to the coal regions in Germany over a period of, I think, 10 years. And that 40 billion is not the number for workers. That's a much smaller number. This is the number that is going to bring modern infrastructure, in particular to a couple of regions in the former East Germany, and drive economic development, drive diversification of the economy. And it will not only create jobs, but it will put money in the pockets of people who are getting the new jobs, which they will be using in the economy. It's going to increase tax payments. It's going to increase economic activity. So investment by governments now, while interest rates are low, is a big thing that can also help us drive this recovery we really need from COVID-19.
Thanks, Sam. I think we're all tremendously excited by the work that you've been doing in the US with Ørsted, and hoping that we're going to be able to spread those kinds of benefits in the UK as well. But what you said takes me, I think, really nicely into something else I wanted to ask Ed. And you've talked about the benefits of direct government intervention. So in the UK, we've still got a long way to go on energy, but I think, you know, energy has done more to decarbonise than some other key sectors of the economy. So if we look at transport, for example, what we've seen as people have returned to workplaces after the pandemic is a shift from public transport systems into increased use of private vehicles. And of course, we haven't yet got any government thinking on heat and buildings, which are two of the more challenging areas, I think, certainly in terms of who's going to pay for the changes we need to make. And I don't think the government has agreement on that, but it does seem to me this is a key illustration of the limits of market-based solutions. So I wondered, Ed, if you've got some comments on that, because for all of us, I think, this issue about who pays and social equity and social justice has to be really important. We can't just load all of these costs onto individuals' bills.
I do agree with you, Sue. And for those of us in the sort of, well, train spotting business is not quite the right way of putting it, but those of us who are sort of watching and waiting for the government's heat and building strategy, it's been a long wait. And I think it was due last spring, 2020. And obviously, understandably, the pandemic knocked them somewhat, of course, but it was then due this spring. Spring has become summer. We're now told it's not going to be until the autumn. And you sort of think, well, why have they got this problem? And I think you, characteristically, if I may say so, Sue, have put your finger on it, which is they are caught between their core beliefs, which are around markets, and the core reality, which is we're never going to make this work unless we have a government-led plan and a government-led approach. Now, what does that involve, in my view? First of all, it needs a proper plan for retrofit, house by house, street by street retrofit plan. I think it could easily be led by local authorities. In fact, the local authority investment that the government provided sort of a year or so ago has been pretty successful, even by their own account. Whereas the privatized outsourced Green Homes grant was a complete fiasco, which then got cancelled, and the money, I think, snaffled back by the Treasury, as far as I can tell. So first of all, you need a proper retrofit plan. Secondly, you need a proper plan to make alternatives, whether that's heat pumps or hydrogen, affordable for people and possible for people. Thirdly, you need a plan for new buildings to be zero carbon. Now, this is where the government, I'm afraid, is more culpable almost than any other area, because in 2016, the Labour government had legislated, the previous Labour government legislated for homes to be zero carbon by 2016. The government got rid of that plan. 800,000 homes have already been built not to a zero carbon standard, which will now have to be retrofitted. It's going to be hundreds of thousands of more before we get to a proper zero carbon home standard. I can't tell you how many, because we don't know exactly when this new plan is coming into place. So that's the sort of contours, in my view, of the kind of plan that we need. It's got to be fair. It goes back to my point about finance. Indeed, that's sort of, this is the area where I think there is the most need, actually, for government finance to make this possible. I think it is doable, this. I was talking to some people from the energy sector the other day, and there are different views, as you all know very well, Sue, on heat pumps versus hydrogen. But some people are more optimistic about what heat pumps can do in terms of the costs. They cite the examples of the renewable sector. Some people are less optimistic. But I think this is doable. But this has got to be collectively managed, and the costs have got to be collectively borne. And I think unless we do that, we're going to be in quite a lot of trouble in terms of making this transition happen. So that's just some thoughts. I'm not going to pretend this is easy, but that's some thoughts. And I think it is worth saying just finally, of all the areas, this and transport are the areas where there's been least progress. I think I'm right in saying that emissions from the household sector are more or less the same level they were a decade ago. Now, by anyone's standards, that is not progress. And it's certainly not the path to net zero. So the government has really got to up its game, and it's got to accept that you can't do this on the cheap, and you can't do this by relying on the market.
Absolutely. And you are right about that. Household sector, transport, really not shifted at all. It's energy and actually waste that has made some progress. Just in terms of switching tack slightly, in terms of opportunities, I think it would be remiss to have this discussion without talking a bit about skills and access to jobs for people. Now, certainly in the UK, we look at some of these high carbon sectors, we see sectors which are quite undiverse in terms of their current workforces, some of them actually with aging workforces. And we know that we need to expand and diversify those workforces actually to meet the transformation, to be able to meet the transformation we need to make. But also, of course, this is an area where the skills that are needed are going to be changing over time as new technologies come on board. But also we know there's increased importance of digital and data skills already in these areas. So Sam, if I could start with you, could you share with us any experience from elsewhere where there's been not just good industrial strategies, but good skills strategies to aid these transformations?
Yeah, that would be hard, because I would definitely say that in a lot of sectors, we are not yet seeing the kind of lifelong rights to lifelong learning, education, and reskilling that we're going to need for this transition. But the other thing I would say is that in a lot of places, it's not really a skills gap, it's actually a wages gap. So when employers are saying, oh, we can't get people, they don't have the right skills, often the right question is, well, what are you paying people and what are you doing to offer them secure employment? And how are you, for example, investing in the people that you already have and making sure that they have the skills they need to be redeployed into new sectors of your company? So maybe I could just start there and say that we do have a few major energy companies in different countries that actually have taken on board this principle of retain, retrain, and redeploy with the people that they have, so that people get the chance to move into, for example, to move from a coal-fired power station to renewable energy or even to natural gas distribution. And we think that's a good starting point for the skills discussion. But the bigger question is indeed about this combination of different forces of transformation. So one is what we need to do in order to have a meaningful response to climate change, what that means for skills and jobs in a lot of different sectors. But the other is also digitalization. And just to say that with Industrial Europe, which is the federation for all of the industrial unions in Europe and the UK, and with the European Trade Union Confederation, we're actually embarking on a campaign for just transition in the auto sector. And a big part of that campaign is actually focused on skills, because what's happening in the auto sector, also in the UK, is that cars are becoming more and more digitalized. So we have that happening. We have tons of software that's being added to vehicles, less traditional manufacturing, at the same time that battery production is speeding up. And often both the software and battery parts of manufacturing a car, companies are just saying, okay, we're creating these new companies or we're outsourcing these jobs, and collective bargaining agreements that we have with you all, people working in car manufacturing, they're not going to apply, and we're not really very keen on having unions at these new jobs. So what we, if we want an example of good practice, what we see, for example, in Sweden is that Volvo has decided to bring its battery production back in-house. They've established a massive battery production facility, and all of those jobs are going to be good union jobs. So I think the question about skills is also related to questions about our rights to organize, our ability to get comprehensive lifelong rights to reskilling and retraining from governments. And finally, for employers to do their part to provide good portable skills and retraining to people they have employed today.
Thanks, Sam. That's very interesting. Ed, on this issue of skills, do you think what we need in the UK is a better joining up across government departments and functions? Because it seems to me you can't think about the skills we're going to need to decarbonise the economy and the industrial strategy as two separate things. We need a more of a joined up approach to that. And actually, we hear a lot of employers talking about this, and the current mantra, as you know, is employer-led skills programs. But some of these are so long-term that you can't rely on employers to do it, and lots of statements about diversifying the workforce, but we haven't really seen that accelerating to the extent that we need it. So I suppose two questions for you, Ed. Would Labour organise itself to get a more joined up approach, and do you think there are more levers that government can use to accelerate progress towards the skills we need for net zero?
I'll answer that in a sec, Sue. Just tell me this, because I've read your Green Jobs Task Force, I just wonder, as you think about that Green Jobs Task Force, what do you think is the single biggest thing that could make a difference on the skills side?
I think thinking about it from the worker perspective and gearing up from the worker perspective, so that whether you're just starting your career or you're in your mid-50s and you haven't had any formal skills training for a long time, you can have access in the way that you need it to upskill or reskill. So I think that means being agile, innovative, thinking beyond traditional forms of skills training. So I think it's about access, but I also think it's about accreditation. I think skills provided by an employer for an employer meet a need, but if we're expecting people to be mobile and move through their careers, they need to have their skills accredited to help them, to support them to be able to do that. So I think it's access and accreditation, I think.
I think that's a really interesting point. I mean, let's be honest about this. The skills sort of landscape in Britain is a head-scratching, confusing, contradictory, overlapping sort of situation, and very, very messy, both for employers and for workers. I don't think that's just started under this government, but it maybe has got a bit worse. I mean, I think that the principles here are surely that it's got to be as easy as possible for workers and indeed employers, and it's got to be as close to free as possible. I was quite struck talking to workers in the automotive sector a month or two back, that they were saying, look, and this is when you look at the statistics on the auto sector, 80% of powertrain workers are going to see their jobs change, and they're going to see their skills required change. And they were saying to me, well, how are we going to fund that? How are we going to make that happen? How are we going to make sure that our workers have the skills? And, I'm quite struck by that. And also the accounts I've heard about the apprenticeship levy, that it's just not fit for purpose when it comes to these issues. I know there is also good work going on around how, I think among green campaigners and others, working with the trade unions, about this idea of a sort of an offshore passport, I think it's been called, that would enable workers to transfer from one sector, from a fossil fuel sector to the renewable sector. For example, I think it was a Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth and others, and Unite and so on, have been working together on this. I don't know whether you've got a view on whether that offers a way forward. Somebody in the chat has made the point about Union Learn, and that seems to me to be a really good point, because Gavin Williamson put an end to it for terrible reasons, as the person says in the chat. So I think I'd sort of say, this is why I was asking whether there was a particular thing that you think could make a difference. I'd say it's sort of action on all fronts, really. Yeah. It's like, if I'm frank with you, I think if you're a worker at the moment thinking, well, how do you transition? And I had this, by the way, with the aerospace sector when I was just right in the middle of the crisis. Lots of the people in the employers in the sector were saying, look, if some of our workers who are not going to be able to carry on in the sector, why is there not the opportunity for them to transition? So I think ease, the sort of cost, all of those things have just got to be made much, much more seamless and much, much easier for workers. And this is why I liked your idea in the Green Jobs Task Force of every high carbon industry having a sense of a plan, and indeed government having a sense of a plan. Because the minute you have a sense of a plan, you've got to say, okay, so how many workers are we going to need in this sector? What are the skills they're going to need? Where can they come from? How do we provide it to them? And my sense is there's no guiding mind. And without a guiding mind, it's just a mess.
Absolutely agree with that. And of course, it's perfectly possible to have a plan because we know the changes that we need to make. conscious of time, we've got a few minutes left. I think it would be very strange if we had this conversation today without touching on the COP26 conference towards the end of the year. And somebody in the chat has asked about government pressure on big emitters like India and China, and what can government do to put pressure on those. So I think that's one part of the question. But I think I'd also like to ask you, perhaps not what your expectations of COP are, but what do you think is the key thing that could be achieved at COP26 this year? Let's start with you, Sam.
Yeah, thanks, Sue. And just to add a couple of points on the last discussion, apprenticeships are absolutely key. Also to diversifying the workforce. We have good examples of that, especially from Canadian trade unions through something called community benefits. So that would be something to check out. But apprenticeships and labor management cooperation on developing skills programs is a way to make sure that workers get those good portable skills they need. On to the COP. So your government is doing a couple of things. There's this energy transition declaration, which is making its way through different political capitals, where Western or wealthy governments are committing to fund just transition along with climate action in different countries. That's a positive step. But the things that we think that your government could do, for example, in India, are to put its, not inconsiderable weight and investment and finance and political convening behind getting a just transition, and not just focusing on privatizing state-owned enterprises, but rather providing supports to workers and to regions, and providing technology and know-how to these companies so that they can bring down their emissions and shift their asset bases. Because what we're seeing internationally, we work with unions all over the world, right? So we're working with coal mining and energy unions in India right now on a project on an initiative on just transition in the coal sector in India. Same thing, Indonesia, South Africa, Brazil, Colombia, Chile, and so on. And what we see is that often interventions from government, and also your government right now, are really focused on splitting up and privatizing the power sector and the mining sector, and creating opportunities for your businesses. And I got to say that when workers encounter that, they just hear job losses. So if you really want worker support for this transition, because all of our unions understand the change is coming, then it would be good to support actual shifts in asset bases, supports for workers, things that will create good new low emissions jobs on a regional level. Beyond that, China, this is really hard, right? Because the main way of engaging China that Western governments have had on climate change is through multilateralism. But because of a range of reasons, including human rights issues, but also big trade issues, multilateralism isn't functioning so well right now. So we're going to have to find ways also through COP26 to engage China again on climate change. We have to see what that's going to look like.
Thanks, Sam. And over to you, Ed.
Well, look, I think I agree with lots of what Sam said. One way to think about this is that is in the context of, dare I mention, the place, Copenhagen, which I was at in 2009. Why did Copenhagen fail? I mean, there's lots of reasons, but it was partly mistrust between developing and developed countries, or mistrust of developed countries by developing countries, a lot of it for good reason. Now, what then, and I don't think we're going to have another Copenhagen, because I think there's much more political will, not least on the part of China, to move on this. But we could either have a successful COP or basically a an unsuccessful COP, which won't collapse, but is just sort of unsuccessful. Why are these COPs important? Because they put world leaders on the spot, and they're a forcing mechanism to put climate at the top of the political agenda. And just to be clear about the purpose of this COP, it's to close the gap between the high-level ambitions of Paris, to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees, and the bottom-up pledges, which added up to something approaching 3 degrees of warming. Now, we've probably got that down to 2.5 degrees, which is still terrible. But, there's been some progress. What else needs doing? Urgently, if I was in Alok Sharma's shoes, the president of the COP, I would say that the developed countries have got to deliver to developing countries on the $100 billion of finance promised to Copenhagen, still not delivered, on vaccines. We've undermined our own moral authority by cutting overseas aid, the only G7 country to do it in the year of the COP, even though our overseas spending, comparatively speaking, is not the lowest. It's a terrible thing to have done, appalling thing to have done, morally and strategically. So the developed world have got to deliver on the promises made to developing countries well before the COP. And then we've got to put pressure on all the large emitting countries to really step up. And that does include China. China is 28%, I think, of global emissions. They've set a very laudable target of net zero by 2060, which I think is a major step forward. But long-term targets, and this doesn't just apply to China, it applies to Australia and other countries, long-term targets are just no good if they're not accompanied by short-term action, because what happens in this decade is so absolutely decisive. So we need to reassemble the high ambition coalition that existed in Paris, which was vulnerable countries, forward-thinking developed countries acting together to really, really push as hard as we can. And the aim of COP26 is to keep 1.5 degrees alive. We probably won't get to the kind of emissions reductions we need to say we are going now to achieve 1.5 degrees, but we've got to make a lot more progress than we're set to make at the moment. So I actually think this is a really important 3 or 4 months to really put pressure on our government as the hosts, on all governments around the world, to step up and to embarrass world leaders, frankly. If you're Australia and you're not making any progress on this, as they're not, in terms of where they were in Paris, they've got to really have the sort of the spotlight shone on them to say, what are you going to do? And by the way, it also includes China. As I say, China has made progress since Copenhagen, but there's a lot more that China needs to be doing, and there's no solution to this challenge without China stepping up more than it has.
Thank you. I agree with all of that, and actually felt ashamed of the way the vote in Parliament went this week on overseas aid. I think it shames us all. Thank you both. We are running out of time. I think it's been a fascinating conversation. There will be lots more, including around COP, where I know the TUC is working very closely with the ITUC to ensure there's an effective trade union voice there. Just to bring us back to where we started, which is about trade union priorities for the climate. I think Ed's absolutely right. This is a crucial decade. We do need to make real progress this decade. And as you both said, it is about good quality employment for everyone and no worker left behind. And I think that is our guiding principle as a trade union and labour movement. Thank you both ever so much for your contributions. Thanks to everybody who's been listening through Facebook and other channels. Hope you enjoy the rest of the Tolpuddle Festival, and hopefully you get out now and have some fresh air and enjoy the lovely sunshine. So thank you all.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Bye.
Hello, Tolpuddle. It's great to be back. What a year and a half it's been. Lots of really difficult times for everyone. But there are one or two things that we probably will take forward into the future. What do you think, Tom? I can't hear you. Oh, you're on mute.
I was on mute. Remember, kids,
always check your mute button. Well, Tom, what new items are there for us to buy in the shop this time?
Well, we've got this, Neil, new in.
Oh, new in. What is that exactly?
It's actually the print version of Don Cummings' blog, 4-ply.
I've never read it. Is it any good?
Well, it is basically toilet paper, but there's some interesting stuff in there.
I can't see what it actually says.
Need your eyes tested, Neil?
Should have gone to Barnard Castle. So, what have you got there, Tom?
This is a great book. Britain's tree story.
Ooh, lovely.
And it's got the Tolpuddle tree and all the other special trees in Britain.
Oh, there's somebody at the door.
Hello, mate. And I've got another 20 of those tree books for you.
Oh, blimey. They're a bit heavy. I wonder how many trees they chopped down to make these. Well, Tom, is there anything else new in the shop?
Well, we've got this just in, which might interest you.
Oh, that looks interesting. What is it?
That is the Nigel Costley Hair Restorer.
Ooh, is it any good?
Well, I don't know. You better try it.
All right, I will. Oh, it tastes horrible. Oh,
I should have done a risk assessment.
Oh, blimey.
Well, it definitely works.
Oh, I feel like a new man. I'll take it.
You looking for anything particular, Neil?
Well, I'm just sort of browsing the books you've got. You've got a nice selection here. I notice you've still got Capital by Thomas Piketty. Have you read it yet?
No, I can't afford that. But I have got this.
Oh, yeah.
The Book
What's
of
that?
Trespass
Oh,
by
that
Dick
sounds
Hayes.
interesting.
Fascinating book, all
Really?
about land ownership and who really owns the land.
Well, who does own the land?
Well, Richard Drax owns most of it.
Well, it's been really nice to see you again, Tom.
And it's been nice to see you again, Neil. And it's been nice to see you. And we can't wait till next year when we can see you all here in the field at Tolpuddle. See you next year.
Late at night, in the cottage of Thomas Stanfield, the men of Tolpuddle debate what is to be done about their appalling working conditions and falling wages. George Lovelace has a plan, for he knows that nothing will be accomplished unless the men stand together as a unified front. He proposes forming a society of workers, and suggests that each of the men present take an oath.
I, George Lovelace, solemnly pledge my support for the society. I will be active in its affairs and loyal to its cause. I shall stand with my brothers against tyranny and fight for the workers' right to be free. So help me God.
Initially, the other men are skeptical, but one by one, they join in pledging allegiance to George Lovelace's Union of Workers.
I, George Lovelace, solemnly pledge my support for the society. Pledge my support for the society. I will be active. John Stanfield, its affairs, solemnly pledge to its cause. My support for the society. I shall stand with my brothers against tyranny and fight for the workers'
Soon, the men from throughout the town are joining the society. Each, no matter their social standing, takes the same oath with their hand on a Bible and their eyes on the skeleton on the far wall, bearing the banner, "Remember thine end."
We, the people, solemnly pledge our support for the society. We will be active in its affairs and loyal to its cause. Not gun, not sword, not early grave shall deny us the rights our Creator gave. No mortal man shall give us pause. We shall stand with our brothers against tyranny and fight for the workers' right to be free. So help me
Tolpuddle 6, you stand accused before this court for forcing a secret oath not authorized by law. It is a crime to force an oath that doth purport to keep a man from testifying what he swore.
We will be free.
Tolpuddle 6, sit down and get used to those chains. We men of the jury are the laws you hope to cheat. No one can help you, only have yourself to blame. We have your friend and Edward Legg here at our feet.
We will be free.
They knocked on my window round Christmas last. It was Brian and Hammett, that's when they asked if I'd come to Stanfield's house to join them both. That's where we swore that oath. They gave me a blindfold so I couldn't look at who made me swear as I kissed the good book. My soul would be plunged to eternity if I broke my secrecy.
We will be free.
Was it James Lovelace that cajoled you in this way? Please take a moment to consider what you say.
I think it could have been.
I speak for Stanfield, Hammett and Brine, and note how this crime is defined. Is meant to prevent planning mutiny, not this friendly society.
I speak for the other 3 Tolpuddle men you accuse of seditious intent. Would evil people collect a few bob for those who could lose their job?
If we sinned, it wasn't intentionally. We injured no person, no property. We just tried to provide for our family. Against degradation, to stop their starvation. Can you prove our intention counters this statement?
Men of the jury, now it's time you must agree. Was there an oath that bound these men to secrecy? The rest is irrelevant, so please don't be confused. How do you find these men of what they are accused?
Guilty, guilty.
Tolpuddle 6, I have considered your defense. that no one was harmed and that you meant no ill intent. But as an example to all other working men, you'll serve 7 years of transportation starting hence.
We raise the watchword liberty. We will be free. We raise the watchword liberty. We will be free.
Tolpuddle 6, you face a sentence worse than death. If you survive the journey, you'll resent your breath. Be an example to the nation's working men. Those who think to organise will have to think again. Tolpuddle 6, you face a sentence worse than death. If you survive the journey, you'll resent your breath. Be an example to the nation's working men. Those who think to organise will have to think again.
We raise the watchword liberty. We will be free.
We have to walk through Salisbury. I'll uncuff you just so all the passers-by won't stop and stare. Let them hear my chains, for I am not ashamed of what I have not done. Okay, suit yourself. These irons won't be silenced. These chains don't bring me shame. Just because I'm shackled doesn't mean that I'm to blame. Well, here we are, the York. I bet these lot wish they thought it through before they broke the law. They walk with broken backs and they cry like tortured rats. These men are not themselves. Yes, they do make a racket.
These irons won't be silenced. These chains don't bring us shame. Just because we're shackled doesn't mean that we're to blame.
Change into these rags, and if you thought those chains were bad, try these, a tad more permanent. Your name? Loveless. We heard you're well behaved, so you get quarters less depraved. On middle deck, it's still a wreck, but what can criminals expect? These irons won't be silenced. These chains don't bring me shame. Just because I'm shackled doesn't mean that I'm to blame. Now get yourself to Gun Wharf Quays, where you'll be working weeks in waiting for your transportation. Savor it, your life will get a whole lot worse when you leave here. You know, that old Fergus O'Connor, he tried his best to get these unionists off the hook, but that Lord Melbourne is just determined to transport them.
These irons won't be silenced. These chains don't bring us shame. Just because we're shackled doesn't mean that we're to blame. These irons won't be silenced. These chains don't bring us shame. Just because we're shackled doesn't mean that we're to blame.
This is not a mountain, treacherous and steep, but a way to higher ground, lined with stepping stones. This is not an ocean, perilous and deep. These are healing waters and a tide to take you home. One more mile and we'll reach our destination. One more mile and we'll find our place to rest in. Oh, I will not, no, I will not leave your side. Just hold my hand for one more mile. This is not a river impossible to cross, but a chance to build a bridge to a finer place. This is not forever, where faith and hope are lost. This is just a moment that time will soon erase. One more mile and we'll reach our destination. One more mile and we'll find our place to rest in. Oh, I will not, no, I will not leave your side. Just hold my hand for one more mile. You may not see it now, but there's a sunrise softly waiting. You may not hear it loudly, but a joyous song is playing. There is no darkness like the one we leave behind. In one more mile and we'll reach our destination. One more mile and we'll find our place to rest in. Side. Just hold my hand for one more mile. Time would come when the tempest that I face would vanish in the sun and a song would arise with a sound so sweet it puts wind back in these sails and brings a rhythm to my feet on the open sea. I sail the open sea. Ocean breeze. I'd sail the open sea again, 'cause I found my second wind. I found my second wind in an ocean deep, feeling dark and lonely. There's an echo for your heart and it's beating for me only, and a song will rise with a sound so sweet it puts wind back in these sails and brings rhythm to my feet on the open sea. I'd sail the open sea and feel the ocean breeze. I'd sail the open sea again, 'cause I found my second wind, yeah. I found my second wind, whoa. Life is more than a second chance.
I know you cannot see me, but I'm not really gone. I'm here and I am home now. It's where we all come from. I've loved you for forever, my laughter and my light. I'm with you now, my darling. I wish you peace tonight. I watch you when you're sleeping. I hold you when you're low. I guide you and protect you from the dangers that you're shown. I hear you when you call me, when you're lonely through this fight. I'm with you now, my darling. I wish you peace tonight. When you hear a whisper, a brush against your cheek, a tingle through your shoulders, if you cannot sleep, know my love for you is stronger than a million doves in flight. I'm with you now, my darling. I wish you peace tonight. With you now, my darling. I wish you peace tonight.
Brilliant. Hello and welcome to the anti-racism section of the Tolpuddle Martyrs Festival today on a beautiful, beautiful July day. And thank you for joining us. Today we've got a fantastic lineup of speakers. I've got Henny from Black Lives Matters in Dorset. I've got Patrick Roach, the chair of the Anti-Racism Task Force, and Shavana Taj, General Secretary of TUC Wales. And we're going to start with each speaker giving us a run through of, well, racism and the trade union movement and racism in Britain today. And there's a lot to say this week. There's always a lot to say, but this week has particularly put the focus back on racism for everybody. And I'm really delighted that our speakers have got a range of experience and a range of knowledge to bring to the conversation. Patrick will be talking about racism broadly, but also about the TUC's Anti-Racism Task Force. Henny will be talking about the local perspective, because obviously the regional variances around the experiences that people have, you know, are huge, and it would be really interesting to get that perspective. And also perhaps to talk a little bit about the Drax Estate March and protest that happened earlier, for those of us that weren't able to join it and hope to join it next year. And Shav, it'd be really interesting to hear from you about your experiences about TUC Wales, but also about what we need to do next, where we need to go before we open it for a broader discussion. So first I'm going to, it's my great pleasure actually to introduce Dr. Patrick Roach, NSUWT General Secretary, but also Chair of the Trade Union Movement Anti-Racism Task Force.
Thanks very much, Kudzia, and well, good afternoon, everyone. It is fantastic to be here once again, albeit virtually, for the Tolpuddle Festival. And, you know, as we just heard from Kudzia, what an important time for us to be gathering to talk about the fight against racism. Perhaps there is no more prescient moment than now for us to be doing so. You know, when I was thinking about what I might be saying today, my thoughts kind of went back to, you know, that period of my own formation, cutting my teeth as a trade unionist, as a community campaigner. And you know, in the 1980s and the 1990s, it was unions that were fighting and leading the fight for racial justice. It was unions that were standing up against racism, joining with communities to challenge racism, standing with Neville and Doreen Lawrence in the fight for justice for Stephen Lawrence. It was trade unions and community organising that made the difference, and frankly, colleagues, that's making the difference now, and it needs to make that difference, because today those same injustices are still with us. Injustices that are affecting our everyday lives, our access to a decent job, our right to work, or the right to go to work without the fear of being racially abused, harassed, discriminated against, or victimised. But as you know, the last week has demonstrated the extent to which there is work to do to secure racial justice at work. And despite the Prime Minister's claims of levelling up, who here today can say that we have a government in Westminster, at least, that's on the side of working people? A government that's failed to deliver on a promised employment rights bill to strengthen employment and protections for all workers. A government that's failing to take action to stop the practice of fire and rehire. A government that's failed to distance itself from an appalling report of the Commission on Race and Ethnic Disparities just a few months ago, which said that there is no such thing as systemic and institutional racism. Well, the past week has been provided an ample and timely reminder that there is such a thing as institutional and systemic racism in our society, which is impacting on the lives of working people. And it shows what happens when you create a hostile environment, that this is what you get. This is what you get when you take a stand against prejudice and racism, when you refuse, and when governments refuse to condemn the actions of those who, who boo you, who sneer at you, when you proudly take the knee. This is what you get when you show leadership. They belittle and they criticize us when we call for justice, when we call for respect and for dignity. They marginalize us, they exclude us, they harass us, and they belittle our principles, describing us as engaging in gesture politics, branding our racial justice champions as the enemies of promise. That's what you get. That's what you get when they deregulate and fail to show leadership, the leadership necessary so that all employers and corporations do the right thing, not their own thing, whatever they can and wherever they can seek to get away with exploiting ordinary workers. That's what you get when governments commission reports that try to tell us that racism is a figment of our imagination, and when they deny our experience. But this is what you get, what we're doing here today, standing together today. Those of us who are fortunate to be at the festival in person, but the rest of us, of our movement, standing together, standing by as a movement, committed to taking action against racism, committed to saying that we will never be bystanders, that we will never stand by whilst racist thugs spread their message of hate and seek to provoke fear and prejudice, and when they seek to sow division in our workplaces, our communities, or in our country, that we'll never stand by while any worker, black or white, cleaner, shop worker, paramedic, teacher, or footballer, is a victim of racism when they're just doing their job. That we'll never stand by when children go to school hungry or face the prospect of holiday hunger, particularly children from poorer backgrounds, particularly children from black and minority ethnic backgrounds. That we will never stand by whilst workers are exploited by 0 hours contracts, by low pay and injustice at work, and where employers feel they can get away with fire and rehire practices, spreading fear, anxiety, and driving down the pay and working conditions of workers. And we will never stand by when any worker faces discrimination, bullying, or injustice at work or in their communities, because we know that racism is real and it's at work. It's in our workplaces, it's in our communities, it's on our streets, across our economy, in our education and criminal justice system, and in our social media. And we have to be proud. We have to make ourselves proud that as a trade union movement, we will be at the forefront of efforts to stand up against racism once again. Proud of our campaigning within our workplaces, within our communities, to challenge poverty, economic and social inequality, and to challenge racism, sexism, homophobia, disableism, and of course, institutional racism within our workplaces and in our economy. Because it's going to be our actions, the actions of trade unionists, that will be making the difference and once again bringing hope. Hope of decent rights, hope of a safer future, hope that actually we can have once again equalities legislation that will be properly implemented and enforced. Hope that actually we can narrow the gap, narrow that race pay gap which is widening in our workplaces. Hope for better and decent work, outlawing the cruel practice of 0 hours contracts and precarious employment. And through the work of the Anti-Racism Task Force, we are committing that as a movement, that wherever racism and inequality and injustice exists, that our movement together is going to be acting, is going to be calling it out, because our movement won't be standing by whilst racism continues to operate and where white and black working people are pitched against each other, and whilst racial justice continues to exist. So I am proud, colleagues. I am proud of our movement. I'm proud to be chairing the Anti-Racism Task Force of the TUC. But I'm particularly proud to know that our movement is taking that leadership, is giving that support, and is actually saying that racism matters and that we will confront it hand in hand with our black workers, with our white workers, right across our entire movement. And it's important, colleagues, that we do just that. Most of all, though, colleagues, I'm proud that we are building a big agenda, that we're building an agenda not only to change the way in which our economy and our labour market functions, but actually challenging government as well. We're building an agenda which is actually saying that our movement needs to change, that we need to step up as well, and that we're saying that our movement has to be an inclusive movement, where all workers say that actually the best place to be is in a union, and where we say that if you're not in a union, then join one. And that as a movement, that we will be leading by example, changing the way in which our unions work, changing how we operate, improving our work on collective bargaining, on organising, but also putting the government's feet to the fire in demanding justice at work and in our communities too, including with the forthcoming independent public inquiry into the government's handling of the coronavirus pandemic. But you know, most of all, our anti-racism task force is about demonstrating that we stand together as black workers, as white workers, united in our workplaces and in our communities, united in challenging racism and defending rights at work. So let's be proud of what our movement has achieved, but let's be proud not only of our history, but of our commitment to do even more. Proud that we are ready to take on the challenges ahead, whatever they are, however they appear. So colleagues, with that, I want to say solidarity. Thank you for listening. Look forward to the debate. Thank you, Kudzia.
Thank you so much, Patrick. And I know that the feedback we're getting online has been, you've hit the nail on the head and really gauged the mood of where the movement is and where it needs to be. And I think also not pulled any punches about what challenges we face as a movement, but what challenges we face as a country. And I think it would be a really good time to bring Henny in to talk about Stand Up to Racism and the work that they're doing that really is, you know, out there doing that campaigning and really getting people informed and angry and hopeful. So Henny, I'm going to bring you in now.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for having me. Yeah, I am a co-secretary of Stand Up to Racism Dorset, and I believe that what a lot of people fail to recognise is the direct correlation within Britain's involvement in the slave trade. In fact, I heard earlier today, we shouldn't be using terms such as slave trade. It should actually be, because it wasn't something in which it wasn't a trade, you know, it was a traffic, a slave traffic, and the way our country is governed. And until this is addressed and acknowledged and made somewhat right through means such as reparations, there will always be a stunted rate in the aim for racial equality. I referred again earlier to an essay titled "Sources of Slavery: The Silence and Disclosures of Slavery Heritage in the United Kingdom and the US," written by someone called A.V. Seaton. And we're able to identify Britain's direct involvement within the slave trade, the slave traffic, sorry, and as a result, the remnants of what systemic racism has manifested to now within the 21st century. It was a royal grant from Charles II that was responsible for the shipping of 90,000 slaves in 1682, which by 1712, the South Sea Company was founded for this very reason, with shareholders including Queen Anne, her successor George I, and by 1720, the social roll call of membership included 462 members of the House of Commons and 100 members of the House of Lords. And in the way that this has transpired, in order to like tackle racism in the workforce, you know, we must fully, I believe, pull apart these institutions and work again from the beginning, because we can't simply introduce, you know, means of making things right to an already flawed system where the scales are already weighted against people of colour. I believe as well that's so particular to the United Kingdom is that we are so effective at racial gaslighting. You know, its culture is this disingenuous veneer of civility where, you know, what one may deem as politeness is in fact a sanitizing of real emotion. When someone is to highlight that something is racist, you know, you're often met with a, oh, you sure that's not an overreacting? Or are you sure you misunderstood that? Or are you sure, you know, did you maybe realize if that's, you know, if you saw that in the right way? Because you wouldn't want to accuse someone of being racist. Whereas what we've seen a lot again is the accusation of being called racist is so much more outrageous than the racist incident itself, which again, completely derails the whole conversation and brings it back to the center of the oppressor. It's a very violent means to dispel and diminish racist experience that Black people and people of color face every single day. It's easy to call out overt racism. It's easy to point out and say that's wrong. Yet it's the covert means that I believe that people are not willing to have a discussion about. And until we are able to do that as well, I believe we won't be able to get anywhere. I once, in fact, worked for a local council where I was subject to really grotesque comments, and I overheard awful, awful conversations. Yet, due to the disregard of how, you know, Black people are, you know, when something is coming up, you know, we're often met with about how we're overreacting, and the racial gaslighting that does occur. It was in my best interest not to report it, because it's something that is so personal to me. If I'm going to bring this to the attention of, to the top, which again is often led by, at the top there is never any diversity, which when trickled down explains as to why, you know, there is such a culture of this happening. When I experienced this myself, I knew that it would be more personal, and it would affect me a lot more personally than it would to them. To them, it would be a bit of an inconvenience. To them, I would be deterred almost to make this complaint. And I think as well, growing up in Dorset, you know, only in fact 2% of the Black population lives outside of urban areas. I grew up in between Poole and Dorchester all my life. And despite living here nearly all my life, I have never felt fully comfortable. And it was only until I went to places like London, or pre-pandemic, I moved to Paris to do my undergraduate. It was only when I stepped into those spaces where I was to feel more accepted and at peace than at the rural places within the UK. Dorset, the county in which I grew up, have the worst figures for stop and search. The police are 25 times more likely to stop and search a Black person than a white person. And it is the highest statistic in the whole of the United Kingdom. In fact, Dorset Police in November 2020 had to apologise for a racial profiling advert where they placed a Black boy on an advert for to try and raise awareness for drug dealing or something, and they since had to again apologise. These are the same institutions that are supposed to keep us safe. Yet, as we can continuously see through the systemic racism that has transpired through our history, this absolutely isn't the case. And I believe until we tackle this head on, and we're not polite about this, because this isn't a polite matter. Racism isn't polite. You know, it's hurtful, and it's very, yeah, it's hurtful, and it shouldn't be up to, you know, people of colour, Black people, to be having these uncomfortable conversations. If it's uncomfortable for you, imagine how uncomfortable it is for us. Yeah, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, and I am optimistic. But yeah, I believe we shall tackle this head on from institutions and challenge whatever comment you hear. You know, at the moment, you know, it's not racists don't feel uncomfortable to be spewing the hate that they do, and that needs to change. We need to make them feel uncomfortable. This is not a place where we can hear any of that. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Henny, and thank you for sharing that. You know, and I think people forget that at the end of racism, there are people, and there are people and their experiences, and they are lived experiences. You know, it's not hypothetical, it's not happening to people over there. So thank you so much for sharing that. And I think your note of optimism at the end is really, really important, because that's why all of us are involved. It's not just to highlight what's going on, but it's to tackle that and try to make it a difference. I'm going to be coming back to you in a minute, so hold on. Shav, can I please bring in Shavana Taj, Wales TUC General Secretary, to talk about, well, to add to the discourse today. Shav?
Thanks, Kutsia. I'm Shavana Taj, I'm the General Secretary of the Wales TUC. I'm a trade unionist, I'm a socialist, and I refuse to remain silent while nothing is being done to deal with anti-Black racism. And I have a right to be angry, as do you. Firstly, I wanted to send my solidarity to the many activists and union reps, both those in the public eye and those that we don't actually see on our TV screens, organising in our workplaces, often in an extremely hostile environment, and a UK government who keeps telling us that taking the knee is seen simply as gesture politicking. We've got to celebrate and take note of the many who have countered such claims and have continued to, you know, carry on in the workplace, looking after our loved ones, making sure that, you know, our hospitals have continued to run, our care homes, you know, making sure that our supermarket shelves are being stacked, and ensuring that our post and goods are being delivered and our refuse is being collected as well. You continue to inspire each and every one of us to do better, to keep standing up and keep uniting against injustice and racism. And I want to thank today's organisers and many of the, and our previous speakers as well, who have already had so much to say on something that we could just continue talking about forever and a day. And I think that, you know, as the previous speaker mentioned, the British slave trade may have ended in 1807 and slavery in 1833. However, racism itself wouldn't end with abolition, as it was deemed far, far too valuable. And lots of academics and activists have said that racism became the handmaiden to the empire. So the mythology of race and white superiority would become a major ingredient in the establishment of British imperialism. And this kind of historical template of bigotry and prejudice still permeates in society. And, you know, as previous speakers have already given a really good insight into what the new racist state-sponsored hostile environment looks like and operates like on a daily basis, Black bodies are still considered easily disposable and free to use for cheap labor, which is why we must be front and center in leading and demanding that change. Nothing about us without us. Self-organization, community action is what ultimately brings us together. And that is why it is very important that we continue to support many of the Black-led movements and activism that we are seeing taking place. A year on since the brutal murder of George Floyd, we've continued to build our collective strength against fascist, racist far right, but we can't see this as some kind of existential threat that happens solely on the streets in America or on social media, where, you know, we have footballers and famous people being harassed and trolled. No, many of these racist misogynists actually live and work amongst us. Many of them are in extremely powerful positions in politics, within public services, police and court system. So we actually have a massive job on our hands to organize in our workplaces for Black liberation and Black progress. And we must build structures and systems that are strong and collectively supported by trade unions to call it out and to push for that change, to dismantle and to rebuild. And to do this, we are going to have to of course, build that pressure to remove these people from their positions of power who are actively standing in the way of progress to equality, justice, and freedom, including any racist, fascist bigots who think they can run union branches, engage with employers, and fail to tackle institutional racism and systemic inequality and stand in the way of progress, which is why, of course, the TUC has once again set up the Race Task Force, which they did during the launch of the Stephen Lawrence campaign so many years back. But not only is the task force, of course, going to be looking to tackle what the government is doing in terms of disproportionately impacting Black workers, but we are also having a real moment of self-reflection as a trade union movement. We are looking to see what more can be done to ensure that Black leadership is thriving and is a reality within our movement. Comrades, nothing ever changed or was worth winning without a firm fight. I was raised by strong women and men who nurtured and encouraged me to believe in the importance of using my voice for the greater good, so that others, most often the held back or the left behind, could see and hear what it means to step into your power and to actually own it. So it's important that we understand that any anti-racism work we do has got to be sustainable. We can't simply put the work in now, move a few goalposts and then sit back and pat ourselves on the back. We have got to be very aware of the forces at play, the power dynamics, the interplay that we're seeing at work on a day-to-day basis, this cronyism, the pitting one side against the other whilst continuing to damage the lives of poor working people can and does actually happen. So our work has got to continue going beyond the 9 to 5. This isn't simply about ticking boxes or window dressing. But, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful the change is coming. Our movement has got to continue working with organizations like Stand Up for Racism, Black-led third sector organizations, and the visible, impressive campaigners and activists within our Black Lives Movement as well. But we can't give up on hope for humanity or equity and social justice, where Black and white people can unite to kick racism out of our workplaces and our communities. We've got to continue supporting our family campaigns against racism, police and criminal justice failures, and deaths in custodies as well. Here in Wales, we've continued to put our movement's full strength in numbers behind the campaign for justice for Christopher Capessa, Free Sianda, Justice for Mahmoud Hassan, and Moeed Bashir, because we definitely are very clear the Wales is not innocent. The Wales TUC continues to work as well with the First Minister's Race Advisory Group as we develop the Race Equality Action Plan and start working through our pan-equality structures as well to ensure that we are then, as a movement, also delivering on those recommendations. We support Black-led initiatives like a phone helpline that was set up to support Black activists and union members, both those people who are members of a union and who are not yet members of a union as well. And of course, we've got to ensure that Black and brown people, activists, union members, are not left alone when they stick their heads above the parapet, because they often become targeted and then negatively impacted for daring to speak out in the workplaces. Unions will and must back you up. We've got to be there, both in terms of our campaigning, but also in terms of our legal representation and our support. And of course, support for self-care as well. The previous speaker was talking about mental health and well-being and how that has got to be prioritized, because racial gaslighting is a very real lived experience, and it can genuinely shake you to the core and potentially break you. So it's our duty on each and every one of us to say no to racism. We do have to move to a position of zero tolerance to racism, and we've got to continue to build our strength, but also to act as one strong, united, collective voice for the masses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shab, and thank you for highlighting how much there is still to be done and how much we still need to do as a movement, but also in partnership with other organisations. I'm going to bring all three panellists back in, and perhaps we could have a discussion. We've had a stream of questions come through from Facebook and from YouTube, and I think it would be really good to get your opinions on those. But what I want to start with actually is to talk about this week particularly. This week, it seems, has put race back on the agenda for people whom race might have been off the agenda. And I say that, and I use those words carefully, because for some of us, it's never off the agenda. It's lived, it's entrenched, it's challenges and battles every day. But this week, it seems everybody has been talking about racism. And I was just thinking, Henny, what you were saying about living and growing up in Dorset, and actually not really feeling like you belonged until you went to London and then to Paris. And I reflected on that a lot, never really feeling like I was English. You're not really allowed to be English if you are not white English. You know, that was very much the discourse growing up. But this week has really brought what it means to be English, what England means, what it means to be part of the United Kingdom, I think, to the forefront. So I'd like to open that up to you about what impact do you think this week has had? What are your thoughts and reflections? And also, how do we galvanize this week as a watershed moment and use it to shape the conversation going forward? Just a small question there for you.
No, thank you very much. I mean, yeah, this week it's been really hard, and I think a lot of you know, people of colour, well, Black people really share that sentiment. I think it's almost as if, you know, as soon as those penalties were missed, you knew what was going to come. You knew exactly, and it did, and it came with full force, and it was rampant, and it was violent, and it shows. It's just, you know, the 180 that happens just a few days before. You know, they're hailing them as heroes, which they absolutely are, but it's almost as if our right to be here is an exchange. It's like it's purely based upon our excellence and what we're able to contribute to here, when that shouldn't be the case. You know, it's almost as if we have to prove ourselves every single time. And as soon as, you know, people aren't given what they wanted, you know, it reverts right back to, you know, the really, really violent, racist abuse. I think that the government response as well is really interesting. I mean, just at the beginning of the Euros, they refused to condemn those who were booing that took the knee. They refused to condemn those who took the knee. But yet now, you know, Boris Johnson's telling people to go and crawl back under the rock that they came from. Like, what rock is he going to crawl back under? Like, I think as well, I think it's something that, you know, we should absolutely take note and realise that it's not genuine, any of the government responses. Priti Patel's tweets are almost sickening. You know, the hate that she has now been condemning is the same hate that she has helped fuel, you know? I think moving past, I think that, you know, it's another sad reminder, not that, you know, Black people need a reminder, just of how rife and evident it is. And, you know, this didn't go away last summer when people were marching for Black Lives Matter. This didn't go away. Maybe this is the first time a lot of people heard that, you know, this was an issue, or realized that it was an issue. And it still continues to be an issue, and an issue that, you know, needs continuous work on. So thank you.
No, thanks, Henny, and thanks for articulating that so beautifully, because I think you're right that, you know, Black people up and down the country, when it got to the penalty shootout, weren't excited because of how it was going to go, but ultimately were fearing what would happen if the outcome were negative, because, you know, it's lived experience, hold us to doubly high standards. And then when those unrealistic expectations aren't met, which is the right of every human being to, you know, to do, then the repercussions are hard and they are fast. So I think you're absolutely right. And, you know, thanks for outlining that. Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, you know, so much can be said about you know, the events of Sunday night, Monday morning, and what's transpired since then. But none of us should be surprised by any of that. I mean, it's interesting actually, Kudzia, because when you were framing the question there for us, one of the things that you said was what it means to be British, what it means to be English. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, Scotland and Wales were also knocked out of the Euros. I don't recall this as a response from those nations. And the political leadership, and I'm not taking a partisan position here, but the Tories do have a lot to answer for. The political leadership that's been shown in Scotland and in Wales, not just around football, but actually, you know, across the piece. I mean, we've got Shav here today who can speak far more eloquently than I about, you know, the Welsh government's plans to make Wales an anti-racist country. I mean, that is not my language. That is the language of the Welsh government, to make Wales an anti-racist country. When we have ministers in Westminster who not only deny that we should be talking about race and racism, but who actively, you know, are fighting, call them culture wars, call them what you will, but effectively are attacking anybody who wants to speak out on the issue of racial injustice. So there is something about what's happening in England at this moment in time, which is also about what it means to be British. And maybe this is one of the tensions that we're going to be seeing in terms of fault lines about the future of the union. If Boris Johnson wants to keep the union intact, then, you know, he's going to have a lot of soul searching to do in terms of what's happened during the course of this week. But what it means to be a worker, and I mean, I also thought that Shav's remarks earlier in her intervention were absolutely spot on, because it's about what it means to be a worker. We've had workers from all ethnic, racial and religious backgrounds who've been there on the front line since March 2020, keeping our country going, giving us all hope. And we had a diverse group of workers. They happen to be called professional footballers, but they're workers nevertheless, who last week gave the nation hope. I think we've got to recognise that this raises big issues about the nature of work, about safety at work, about the rights of workers to be able to go to work safely without being abused, without being told, you know, well, you're a nurse from a black or minority ethnic background, I don't want you treating me, you're a care worker, you're a teacher, you name it. So we've got to ask those very serious questions about the nature of work and what we aspire for. But I think in terms of where next, I have a lot of hope. I mean, this week, the TUC affiliated unions have responded, not only by saying, you know, down with this sort of thing, we don't like racism. Of course not, of course we don't. But doing what unions do, show solidarity, stand together with, you know, our sisters and brothers who are suffering those attacks, being prepared to speak out about it, almost regardless of the consequences, and taking action to seek to defeat it. Continuing our campaigning effort, that's going to be important in terms of how we move forward. Working, I mean, for my union, the NSWT, working with our sister unions to insist on an inclusive and anti-racist curriculum, because we need to hope for a better future. You know, the point was made earlier that, you know, we need to be unpicking and unpacking our institutions, pulling them apart, including the knowledge-based institution about, you know, what makes Britain today, what does it mean to be English today. And we have to, as unions, demand the change that we want to see and not be afraid to do that. And so I do have hope, not because of Sunday night, Monday morning, that was all to be expected, but actually because of the response that we've seen to what happened on Sunday night, Monday morning, that actually we can do something here, we can do something different, and actually we can shame Boris Johnson and his cabinet for the actions that they've taken.
Thanks, Patrick. And I think you highlight something really important there, which is the attack on working people that has taken place. And you know, and it was played out on a world stage over the weekend. But the reality is we have seen attacks on working people played out systemically and structurally during the course of the pandemic. You know, when we deconstruct who has borne the brunt of the pandemic, who has borne the brunt in terms of job losses, in terms of deaths, in terms of long COVID, in terms of impact, we know that people working on the front line have done it. And we know that the profile of those people is Black and minority ethnic people predominantly. Obviously, other groups are affected, but they are through failings of protection. And Shav, I wanted to bring you in here to talk about, because you mentioned those in your opening remark, and you mentioned the role of working people, and you mentioned, you know, how they kept this country running. And what are your thoughts on how they've been treated and how we support and how we rally to make sure that working people continue to be front and center of your government, of our government, and of conversations and discourse around supporting them through race, or challenging racism, should I say?
Thanks, Kutsia. Interesting question. So what I would say is that, you know, at times like this, it's important to apply a bit of philosophy as well. And I'm a big Rumi fan. So, you know, like they talk about, Rumi talks about 3 gates. And he says, you should apply, first of all, think, is it true? Is it necessary? And is it kind? And sometimes I just think, particularly when it comes to like social media, where people kind of get on there quite sometimes with fake identities and what have you, and they think it's perfectly fine to just go after somebody. And then you get this pile-on, and it carries on and it carries on. And what was interesting during the pandemic, of course, was the TUC had done some research a couple of months before the pandemic hit in relation to Black workers, their experience in the workplace, in terms of racism and discrimination, how that compared to their colleagues, to their white colleagues. And they repeated a similar sort of bit of research not long after the pandemic. And the crazy thing is that the research previously and the research afterwards was so similar in that people always felt that it was very difficult for them to speak out in the workplace, that it was very difficult for them to be believed. So the fact that you are not believed when you talk about your experience. And there's a real sense of like vulnerability, right? And also one of the things that people sometimes fail to understand is that when you were not believed, then all of a sudden you question yourself. And with that, sometimes workers have said comes a level of shame, because it's a case of, well, I'm being told that it's safe for me to come out and to speak. I'm being extremely vulnerable here. I'm talking about my Black lived experience, and these people are telling me now is not the time. So it wasn't the time before the pandemic, and it was always a case of we'll get there eventually. And then during the pandemic, it wasn't the time because you've got a job to do. And then we're going through this period of the supposed aftermath. But the reality is that those workers, there is no aftermath because COVID is still a reality. Sorry. So in terms of their experience, it's just kind of continued. And I feel like we have attempted to put some plasters on some of these issues, whereby we focus on the health and safety bit around making sure that there's risk assessments as part of that PPE, as part of that, you know, where you can have, a good testing machinery and regime and so forth. But that in itself hasn't addressed racism. That hasn't addressed the discrimination. All that's happened is that they've got better PPE, but they're still having to do the jobs that their white colleagues are not doing. So we've we haven't actually addressed the real issues. So at what stage do these factors become core factors in our negotiating and bargaining when we are talking to employers? So I think that there's something, you know, genuinely to be said about that. So we as a movement need to think about how we can deal with those issues, because the reality is that there's a lot of people having breakdowns. And at the moment, on the face of it, they're showing one face at work, but when they're away from work, it's a completely different experience, and the trauma that they're continuing to experience. Even during COVID, you know, what workers were being told, you know, what was being said to them in terms of the direct verbal abuse and sometimes physical abuse that they were facing has been incredible. That hasn't changed. PPE didn't change that. Testing didn't change that. Social distancing didn't change that. That is still carried on happening. So we've got to think about how do we tackle these things, but also how do we genuinely deal with long-standing issues, inequalities. How do we genuinely bring about equity and social justice? As we, you know, at some stage begin those conversations about building back, that we genuinely do build back equally, but equitably, which actually means that for some of those workers who have continued to have that negative experience, you might genuinely have to do more. So this isn't just about creating a level playing field, or if we get equality, everything will be better, because there's a lot of catching up to do in order to get that equality in the first place. So we're not talking about the catch up. There's going to be so much work just to have the catch up for us to have that baseline. And then what happens from there onwards, well, that's a whole different conversation. But, you know, I think that this as well does go back to, if people are going to be, you know, encouraged to speak up in the workplace, unions need to be organized enough. I'm genuinely really concerned at the moment about the fact that there are so many external organizations, consultants being brought in to fix things in the workplace. They're being brought in, and people are being encouraged to talk to these, you know, caregivers. But there's no long-term strategy, and the real long-term strategy has got to be an industrial bargaining strategy, and that's where unions have then got to organize, and employers, you know, have got to understand this is a little temporary fix. And you know, in Wales things are different in that we have got a Labour government that does engage with unions on a social partnership basis. Does not mean things are perfect, but at least they're attempting to kind of move things along, which is why I always say to people, don't get complacent, because they allowed us a seat at the table and we can sit there and have a bit of cake. It don't mean that we've got everything. It, like, a lot has still really not changed, and that trickle down economical effects that we've been told about all of these like years, it's not real, is it? So there's a lot to be done, but I genuinely believe that, you know, unions are the only real independent force that can kind of dismantle and recreate.
On that note, Shav, I have a challenge and a question for you, right? And that challenge and question is, do you think unions are currently safe enough spaces for those Black voices? And if they are not, and I think I know the answer to that, because how many people do I see that look like me, that look like you, that look like Patrick in our movement? What needs to be done? And I say this partly knowing some of the answer, because I'm very, very proud to be, you know, adjacently associated with the Anti-Racism Task Force and part of the work that's directed there. And I'll be asking Patrick the same question. But from your perspective, and particularly from not having a government that is so openly hostile, what needs to be done for us to build those spaces that Black working people are integral parts of?
I think that's an interesting question, because are unions currently safe spaces for Black workers to talk about their lived experience and to be challenging and pushing and demanding for change? I'm not sure every single part of our union of our movement is there yet. I think that there is so much work to be done, which is why I'm always really, there probably isn't a week that I don't get a message from someone, either someone I know, someone I don't know, who says, Shav, we need to set up a union for Black workers. Okay, we need a Black trade union. We need a Black trade union because the other, mainstream unions are white unions. They actually openly refer to them as white unions. So they're like, we need a Black union. And so that in itself is very telling over, whether or not we've got it right. I think that the TUC, in terms of the task force that they've set up, is important. And that piece around the internal reflections is going to be hard. And I say it's going to be hard because it's similar to what I was saying about the catch-up bit in terms of government policies and structures and systems. In order for there to be, for us to even slightly tip the balance, we're going to have a very real conversation about giving up some power. And to give up some power is going to mean not just a couple of little chairs moving around the place or bringing a couple of extra chairs to the table, but it's going to genuinely mean you're going to have to step aside. You're going to have to step aside. Me, so-and-so, so we're now going to be in the driving seat. I'm not saying each and every one of you must disappear, but when does that time come? When are you going to trust me? Because up until now, it kind of feels like you've been tolerating me, just like the government talks about being a tolerant country. Sometimes it does feel like the union, we just, because we're trade unionists, we will never, ever believe that we can be racist, that we can have racist systems and structures, but truly, really and truly, we're just a reflection of society. People are people, we like to be, but I think the difference is that with trade unionists, we're willing to do the work and we're willing to be challenged, but equally, those challenges are gonna be tough. And so there's gonna be some tears along the way. And the reality of white fragility is gonna get played out. And that's not just a word, it's not just a term, it's very real. Because again, in the same way, I think was mentioned about when you talk about your experience, then all of a sudden the other person is like, well, you're calling me a racist then, that I must be a terrible human being. And all the focus becomes on that person and it gets taken away. It just like, the fact that you've been so brave to speak about this, and then all of a sudden this other person is looking that way. And sometimes when it comes from people you would never expect it from, because they've always fought the good fight. And when that happens, and I've experienced this many times, actually over the last couple of years, I'd say more so because of the fact that we're talking about race now. It's no longer a Black workers conference matter, but we're talking about it in mainstream spaces. And we as people of color are taking up spaces, but but equally, we don't want to just take up spaces where we only talk about race, because I'm a human being, I'm multifaceted. I could talk about so many other things. I want to talk about the economy. I want to talk about jobs. I want to talk about how do we create a better future. I want to talk about climate change. So don't just box me and think that's the only platform that I'm good enough for. I have a range of different identities. I can talk on so many other issues just like you can. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but
no, I think you have. And I think, the identification that we're not exempt from the problems of society as a movement, but really we've got to face them head on and challenge them. And, and recognize that Black working people are three-dimensional, aren't just, let's shove another equality officer role in, is absolutely crucial. And they're the honest conversations that need to be had. Patrick, as someone who knows the movement inside, outside, upwards, downwards, backwards, what are your thoughts?
Well, our unions are never going to be safe spaces until all of our members are safe. The TUC did some fantastic work just at the start of the pandemic, actually, looking at the experiences of black workers in their workplaces and asking the question about COVID safety. Have you reported your COVID safety concerns to your boss? And not surprisingly, black workers were saying, no, we haven't reported it to our boss, because if we did that, we'd be ignored, it would be denied, we'd be challenged or criticised, we might lose our job. Have you reported it to your union? No, because we might not be believed. I mean, that is pretty damning indictment, I think, of our movement. That actually our unions, for many black workers, don't feel a safe enough space. And what Shav was just saying a few moments ago about, black workers who are saying they want something better, but they've had enough. They want something now which is different. Workers of my parents' generation came to this country and were loyal to trade unions. They paid their dues week in, week out, as it was at the time. Didn't ask a lot of their unions, and then when they did ask something of their unions, weren't always as supported as they should have been. So what's changed? Has enough changed? Clearly, we need to bring about that change. And I think that's what the Anti-Racism Task Force is very much about, to ensure that our unions have safe spaces, whether that's about branches, in fact, safe spaces from the shop floor, the workplace organisation, the bargaining unit within your workplace, through to your national executive, or indeed your general counsel of the TUC. It's got to be a safe space at all of those levels, and it's got to be a space where actually black workers, the black voice, doesn't feel precarious. You don't feel that actually not only are you going to be ignored or your views denied, but actually that you're going to be attacked for raising the issues in the first place. I think that the task force is about developing that sense in which how do we measure the progress that we're making as unions? What do we look like currently? Who do we represent? Who has voice? Who has the resources in our organisations? We've got to find a way of fixing ourselves if we're really going to be credible in seeking to fix others, particularly employers and government. And that means being safe for our members, but also it means being safe for the workforce in trade unions as well. That's crucially important. Shav and I have reached these, some would say, dizzy heights of being labelled general secretaries. I don't know what it means for Shav, but many of the experiences that I had cutting my teeth, whether formerly as a teacher or as a policymaker or as a trade unionist, those same experiences are lived today. You may occupy a position of seniority, but actually, whether you're believed, whether your views are denied, or whether you're attacked for actually speaking out on the issues, those are the realities for black workers, regardless of where they are within their organisations, and particularly within unions. So we do need, as a movement, to come together, and that's what the task force is about. And we need to ensure that union leaders, white as well as black, right across our movement, are prepared to take a stand and to say, I'm willing to ask this question. I'm willing to be made uncomfortable about where my union is and where I am in terms of the journey for racial justice. And I'm willing to open up that conversation with my members about that. And that's one of the things that unions are doing. The NSWT is doing exactly that. We're having the conversation, not me having the conversation, but our union is having that conversation with our members, white and black, about where we are and where we want to be. And that's going to be uncomfortable. And unions that have been on that road will know that it's uncomfortable. But you have to do it. You have to do it because otherwise, which direction are you facing in? Otherwise, who else is standing alongside you in that battle for making progress within your unions? And who's going to own the decisions that eventually you'll be taking about the change that needs to occur? So we need honesty. We need to be upfront in a way that perhaps some politicians aren't. But as a movement, we can be honest, because Shav said it a few moments ago. We're no different to the communities that we're a part of. But one of the things that we are like, as well as our communities, is we recognise our limitations, and we know that actually that where change needs to occur, and have the will to do something to bring about that change. So, are we safe? Not safe enough. But we're on a journey to actually change who we are, what we are, and how we go about ensuring that we do truly represent the interests of every one of our members.
Thanks, Patrick. And I think it's really important to say that the Anti-Racism Task Force is driving that change, or is supporting unions driving that change. And, and it's something that if people are interested in, there are regular updates on the TUC website. Do let us know, because there is always something to share. And it's not about pats on the back. It's about reflecting what challenges have we got in front of us, and how do we as a movement rally to face those challenges. I want to bring Henny back here. Henny, I really want to bring you back here because you led the you spoke at the protest at the Drax estate, and I think that's a really good point in which to bring it all back together. We're talking about the challenges that are currently faced. We're talking about what needs to be done to make spaces safer. Could you bring us back to the march, the protest, and and remind us partly why we're here today, and partly how we are still faced with those reminders of what's happened?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I attended and spoke at a rally today outside the Scarborough estate, Richard Drax estate. He is an MP for South Dorset. He is the richest parliamentarian, and his wealth has been accumulated through his ancestors' direct links to slavery. I spoke earlier about how ingrained it is within UK society. The fact that a royal warrant was granted for the and was responsible for shipping 90,000 slaves. The South Sea Company that was founded, the director of that was a direct ancestor from Richard Drax. Another of his direct ancestors, James Drax, arrived to Barbados, and the Drax family has been responsible for structuring and designing a structure of slavery that has been implemented and copied throughout the Caribbean and the Americas. CARICOM, the Caribbean Reparation Committee, describes the Drax Hall estate in the Caribbean, in Barbados, as a killing field and a crime scene. This is a plantation in Barbados that is still owned by Richard Drax. So we are calling for, we're joining forces with our brothers and sisters in Barbados, and we are calling for the return of this estate. When asked about his previous links to ancestry and slavery, he replied in 2010, in the run-up to the general election, he replied with, "Oh, I ignore it." And it's a response that honestly isn't surprising, because it's something that parallels the UK education system. The institutions within the UK echo that very sentiment. They ignore it, they cover it up, they act as if, oh, that was years ago, it was years ago, when in fact, no, Richard Drax is a direct ramification of his ancestry. And he currently sits behind the longest wall in England in that ridiculous estate, when so many go homeless, go hungry. And what we're asking for in the return is, an active step in terms of reparation. Reparation is about parity, which is the active enabling of equality. And until steps like this are done, you know, there's a long, long way to go in making things right, which, you know, you can never make things right as such. But we must take pragmatic steps in order to do this, and the return of Drax Hall will be one, and he will return it. There's no need for him to be in ownership of a plantation that his ancestors owned years ago, that got him to the power that he is at now, that he is still profiting off. It needs to be returned to the people of Barbados. The power needs to be returned to them, to which they can utilize as a learning center, as a resource center, and as an education tool, because education, I believe, is the most prominent at every single level where we can start. You know, there's a lot that needs to be done, yet education is, I believe, the very beginning. It's imperative at every single level, in the workplace, in schools, in colleges, at nurseries. So yeah, if anyone is interested in that, you can visit the Stand Up to Racism Dorset Facebook page, where there's an open letter addressed to Mr. Drax, where we're asking him politely, which we have done many a times, to simply talk. All we want to do is have a conversation about the return of this estate. So yeah, for more information, please visit the Stand Up to Racism Dorset Facebook page.
Thanks, Henny. And you know, it still baffles me that in the year 2021 we're talking about this, about these direct links that we can make, and the profiteering and the root of murder and the root of trafficking that's gone into them, and people be undisturbed and unperturbed by it. So thank you for highlighting it, and thank you for continuing to campaign on it. I would love to go back to Patrick to talk about education, but we have run out of time, and I am so sad. But what I will say is I'm always reminded by a quote that I heard following the riots in America after the death of George Floyd last year. And it's that, you know, Black people have suffered through so much, and to give equality is the very least when there are other issues like reparations and revenge, which are equally valid. But equality is what's most important. And I don't think we should ever, you know, really veer away from that. And I think, you know, with organizations like yours, Henny, and with the work that we do in our movement, it's really important that we work together and start to chip away at those that would deny that equality. Nigel, I'm going to bring you in now, because otherwise I'm just going to carry on talking forever. And just to say thank you, Henny, thank you, Shab, thank you, Patrick, for all giving up the most beautiful of weekends. And Nigel's going to come and trail this evening's events from a barn, no less.
Well, we're in our makeshift studios here in Tolpuddle, and it was great to join Henny at the protest earlier, not just to join the protest, but also to be able to stream it live and link up speakers from Barbados and around the country. So I heard from David Kenny and David Rennie, sorry, and Trevor Prescott, a cabinet minister from Barbados, making a passionate case for Richard Drax to hand over to the people of Barbados as estate. So well done, Henny, and all those involved. Yeah, later on we're going to have a cracking program of music, not just live here from Tolpuddle, but also some amazing music coming from America, some radical singer-songwriters, people like young Black woman Chris Matthews, done some great protest music about the experience of the last year in Black Lives Matter. People like Bar Luck, lots of music. I won't list them all, but it starts at 6, goes on till 11. It's a mixture of live music from Tolpuddle and the films from the radical singer-songwriters from America. So please join, drop in and out, put it on in the background while having the barbecue. It will be a great evening.
Thanks, Nigel. And can I just extend my thanks to you, to Inez, to Tanya, and to everybody for making this event and the whole weekend possible, and hopefully next year in person.
Yes. See you in Tolpuddle.
And thank you, everybody, for joining in online.
Well, hello Tolpuddle, it's great to be back. What a year and a half it's been. Lots of really difficult times for everyone. But there are one or two things that we probably will take forward into the future. What do you think, Tom? I can't hear you. Oh, you're on mute.
I was on mute. Remember, kids, always check your mute button.
Well, Tom, what new items are there for us to buy in the shop this time?
Well, we've got this, Neil, new in.
Oh, new in. What is that exactly?
It's actually the print version of Dom Cummings' blog, 4-ply.
I've never read it. Is it any good?
Well, it is basically toilet paper, but there's some interesting stuff in there.
I can't see what it actually says.
Need your eyes tested, Neil?
Should have gone to Barnard Castle. So, what have you got there, Tom?
This is a great book, Britain's Tree Story.
Oh, lovely.
And it's got the Tolpuddle tree and all the other special trees in Britain.
Oh, there's somebody at the door.
Hello, mate. And I've got another 20 of those tree books for you.
Oh, blimey. They're a bit heavy. I wonder how many trees they chopped down to make these. Well, Tom, is there anything else new in the shop?
Well, we've got this just in, which might interest you.
Oh, that looks interesting. What is it?
That is the Nigel Costley Hair Restorer.
Ooh, is it any good?
Well, I don't know, you better try it.
All right, I will. Oh, it tastes horrible.
I should have done a risk assessment.
Oh, blimey.
Well, it definitely works.
Oh, I feel like a new man. I'll take it.
You looking for anything particular, Neil?
Well, I'm just sort of browsing the books you've got. You've got a nice selection here. I notice you've still got Capital by Thomas Piketty. Have you read it yet?
No, I can't afford that. But I have got this.
Oh, yeah,
The Book
what's
of
that?
Trespass
Oh,
by
that
Nick
sounds
Kaye.
interesting.
Fascinating book, all
Really?
about land ownership patterns. Who really owns the land?
Well, who does own the land?
Well, Richard Drax owns most of it.
Well, it's been really nice to see you again, Tom.
And it's been nice to see you again, Neil. And it's been nice to see you. And we can't wait till next year when we can see you all here in the field at Tolpuddle. See you next year.
welcome again to Tolpuddle 2021. We're in the studio. I'm here with Nigel and Kev. We've got a lot more bands to come tonight. You may have noticed that some of them are actually here at Tolpuddle with us. Some of them are recorded elsewhere, and we're really pleased to have everyone join us in person, online, and next year as well. So over to, we've got a band, we've got Cary Blanton next, so enjoy.
Okay.
Blanton. I am a singer-songwriter and a big supporter of the rights of workers all over the world, so I'm very excited to be part of this year's Tolpuddle Martyrs Festival, and I hope to see you all in real life in the not-too-distant future. I'm going to start with a song called Down in the Streets. This is from my new album, Love and Rage, and I wrote it during the summer rebellions that we had here in the States, as well as in many other cities all over the world in the summer of 2020. Hello friends across the world, my name is Cary Blanton. I am a singer-songwriter and a big supporter of the rights of workers all over the world, so I'm very excited to be part of this year's Tolpuddle Martyrs Festival, and I hope to see you all in real life in the not-too-distant future. I'm going to start with a song called Down in the Streets. This is from my new album, Love and Rage, and I wrote it during the summer rebellions that we had here in the States, as well as in many other cities all over the world in the summer of 2020. Mama, it's a disaster, going faster and faster, and all of my heroes turning out to be bastards. Ain't no peace to be found in this company town, 'cause the house will keep winning till we burn the house down. So all my friends in the streets tonight, we go singing. All my friends who are down and out, we're gonna fight for all our friends in the up above, with all our rage and all our love, adding fuel to the fire down in the streets tonight, where they call it a riot, 'cause we ain't keeping quiet. But if you've been listening, we know you don't buy it. And they say we've been stealing, but who's the real villain when we can't even make a living? Now they're making a killing. So all my friends in the streets tonight, we go singing. All my friends who are down and out, we're gonna fight for all our friends in the up above, with all our rage and all our love, adding fuel to the fire down in the streets tonight. Well, they can lock us up and they can knock us down, but we're the ones who run this town. We're gonna shout it out until we make them face. We're the ones who own this place. They can lock us up and they can knock us down, but we're the ones who run this town. We're gonna shout it out till we make them face. We're the ones who own this place. So all my friends in the streets tonight, we go singing. All my friends who are down and out, we're gonna fight for all our friends in the up above, with all our rage and all our love, adding fuel to the fire down in the streets tonight. Down in the streets tonight. Down in the streets streets tonight. Down in the streets, it's where the magic happens, my friends, as you well know. This is, I think, an appropriate song for this festival in that it's called Be Good, and it's about how the message of taking care of everybody on this planet, everybody alive, and truly loving people is so controversial that it can actually get you killed, and that standing up for people who don't have as much power, or even for your comrades who all of you individually don't have a lot of power, but together you can have a lot of power. And when you stand up like that, can really make people mad, can get you in trouble fast. So it's called Be Good. Jesus Christ was a handsome man. He had nothing to hide. He said, give bread to the hungry, bring the homeless inside. Jesus Christ was a dangerous man. That's the way that he died, saying, be good to the people you love and love everybody alive. Be good to the people. Be good to the people. Be good to the people you love and love everybody alive. Dr. King was a preacher. He had